C'est the part. Yeah, man.
As children, we learn the true meaning of being a hero. Being a hero requires great sacrifice for others, not just ourselves. We learn about the heroes of Jamaica's past and how much of themselves and their lives they had to give in building a nation we should be proud to call home. They believed in a Jamaica that was more than just a country, more than just an island, more than land surrounded by water. They believed in a dream of a free nation of people, a nation built on the foundation of their sacrifices, a nation of many people working as one, a nation that would continue to produce legends and nation builders that serve towards that vision. As children, we were also taught the national pledge, a solemn promise, an undertaking. I would like to believe Sir Hugh Sherlock, while writing this pledge, understood the vision and dreams of our heroes. It's clear being a hero is too much to ever ask any one citizen. Luckily, the pledge does not require heroics of any of us. It merely asks that we honor our heroes by striving to advance our nation and ultimately inspire the world, like they and many Jamaicans have done. It's important we remember those words. These words. Before God and all mankind, I pledge the love and loyalty of my heart, the wisdom and courage of my mind, the strength and vigor of my body in service of my fellow citizens. I promise to stand up for justice, brotherhood, and peace, to work diligently and creatively, to think generously and honestly, so that Jamaica may, under God, increase in beauty, fellowship, and prosperity, and play her part in advancing the welfare of the whole human race. If you are like me, a Jamaican born and raised on this land, maybe you will remember saying those words, singing that song in a classroom or some general assembly. If so, like me, you made a pledge. Somehow it seems like many of us have forgotten that. The crime and violence, the indiscipline and short-sightedness, the corruption, the lack of respect for our beautiful lands we are blessed with, and the waters that surround and nurtures us. We have to do better. Let us honor our heroes so that they would not have sacrificed so much in vain. I hope this video can make a difference to even one soul. If so, it would all be worth it. If you feel the way I do, share it. May my voice become yours. Thanks for watching.
Mic check. 1, 2, 3. Mic. My people, welcome, 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 welcome. Tell me if you can hear me, because I don't want to put on the headset. But I may have to. Oh, Jeffrey. Okay, good. All right. Very fitting tribute to our island nation, our gem, our rock. Welcome to Reason with Rattigan, aka Rattigan University. And that's because we have a mission, and our mission is to inform, explain, and educate our people about their right to holding government accountable. Malcolm X said it best. Without education, you are not going anywhere in this world. Without education, you are not going anywhere in this world. And so today, as voters, as owners, as financiers, and employers, we are going to take a firm stand in holding our servants accountable. We own a company, believe it or not, my people. We own a company called Jamaica. And in a few minutes, we'll be questioning the health, the financial, the ethical, and otherwise health of our company. We will be questioning the competence and the ethics of our board members in this cabinet. This shareholders, this owners meeting today is not going to be pretty. Let's be clear. And it should be done at regular intervals, not only at election time. We should be holding our servants accountable throughout the year. We haven't. At least, we haven't to the extent that we should. And I'm talking about all of us. You have a few people who have tried their level best to hold government accountable. But by and large, we have not. And I hope that today will be the first step we take on this 100-mile journey. We're not going to get to the 100-mile finish line today. But every 100-mile journey starts with the first step. Let today, if no other day, let today be our first step. We have a jam-packed program today. Kevin and I, we're going to go through this. Let me just say at the outset, there is so much, and we don't believe we are going to finish it, but we don't need to, because this is an election season, and we're going to take our time to make sure that you understand all the things we're talking about. And the things we're talking about, we're going to provide you with solid evidence. This is not conjecture. This is not hearsay. This is not a dream. This is not a feeling. It will be based on solid evidence. As Carol says, who, what, where, when, why, and how. So that's enough for that. We're going to get to that. Relax with the rebel. Or as Kevin would have me say, relax with the rebel. Tonight,
yes,
we're going to, this program, Reason with Rattigan, we're going to hot up on the head. Believe me. And DJ Kevin Stew, I got hot up on the foot. And then I'm going to come in and cool you down with a sweet selection of music. We're calling it smooth jazz meets slow jams. Lots of special songs and great artists. So make plans to join The Rebel tonight at 10 on Reggae Global Radio. And that's right after Kevin Stew. Kevin Stew will start at 8. He will end at 9:59 or 10 o'clock, and then I'll jump in right after that. So make sure to join us. Easy like Sunday. Tomorrow we were planning to finish up with the ATI and do a presentation on the on navigating the Magnitsky. But unfortunately, I won't be able to do it. And I'll tell you why. Because I've invested so much time this week in this. So much time. And after finishing this program and then playing the music tonight, I think I just want to take a break.
And
we still have time to make the presentation during this election season. So I want you to bear with me. And I know you have been for the last couple of weeks, but just bear with me. And there's going to be so much when we do this presentation that you're going to say, well, it was definitely worth the wait. So there will be no easy like Sunday with the Rebel Tomorrow and DJ Kevin Stew tomorrow. We won't have that program, but the following Sunday we're going to have the program. Come Reason with Rattigan, we had it a few days ago, Wednesday night, and it was another great show with my sidekick, Dr. Ben, and a group of wonderful, 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 dedicated supporters. I thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. Because just like this program, you don't have to be here. You've chosen to be here. No one forced you to. And for that, we're eternally grateful. So let me just quickly do the shout out and then turn it over to DJ Kevin Stew. Of course, prayers up. We have fewer people to say, put up some prayers for this week, and that's because some of them have recovered. Papa Trevor, Mapi, get well soon. Get well soon. Prayers up for you. Prayers up for you. I know you're watching. Margine, Bonnie Jump. Hey, Bonnie, big up yourself, my brother. I know you're up on the live. Joanna Marie, the small boss, big boss, real boss. Mrs. Nelson, Bobby D'Souza, Mr. Baxter, Sassy Diva, Raleigh, get well soon, my brethren. Get well soon. And of course, Roland, the valiant one. And we have to big up the production crew. They know who they are. The person knows who, said. And of course, producer extraordinary June. And we can't forget the Comrie Smith Rattigan, the Wednesday program. Well, big up OT. And OT, you full joy yourself last night, and it probably will continue into today. So I know you full joy yourself. So and you deserve it. You deserve it. Well deserved, my lady. So, just go and kick back and hold our meds. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the one, the only. You know him, you love him. Mr. Kevin Stew. Or better yet, DJ Kevin Stew. Come on,
greetings, and salutations all. It's good to be here as always. And I don't want to big me up them way. The big screen was for you, in the reason with the Rattigan. Kevin Stew.
It didn't say reason only with Rattigans.
Big up to everybody. Welcome. Everybody get your notepads ready. Get your pencils. Get your whatever you want to jot down. Time stamps, time marks in the broadcast, whatever. Because there's a lot of information to be presented, and we implore you that you just take your notes and be mindful that we're here all to learn something. And if there's one thing that we're guaranteed to do, it's that. So as we get started, get comfortable. Call a friend, tell a friend, friends of your friends of your enemies, enemies of your friends, and your enemies too. Call somebody, anybody, everybody. Let them know we're Reason with Rattigan and crew. Like as Rebel said, it's not Reason with Rattigan alone. So we're all talking, right? So big ups to everybody. And we're gonna go through the presentation as provided by the producer Joan. And Rebel's gonna take us through that. Or Rebel, since you're dealing with that over there, you want me to start it? Because you see, Rebel. All right, I got you. So, as usual, the calls come in. Information is always flowing. And even as we prepared for today's presentation, there was still more information that was coming in. So it's like producer Jones says, it's the gift that keeps on giving. And so we're trying to condense some of the information that we have to give you, to cover two major areas right now: the bus issue and the leader of the country. And so we're going to try to push through as quickly as possible and give you as much information as possible as we have found it, as it has been presented to us, as it has been returned to us. And I distinctly use those different categories because that's exactly how we get the information. Some of it is information we've found presented in the national tabloids. Some of it is information that was sent to us. And some of it is information that was returned to us by way of ATIs, which, if you haven't figured out how to do that yet, JAMP makes it simple. Remember that. Jamaica Accountability Meter Portal. Visit their website. The Janet Calder has put in the work, and her team, to make sure that it is easy for us to do some things, and that is one of the things. And it is our right to this information. If it is done by the government represents us, the people. So it is our right to have this information. If you haven't learned that yet, you just learn it now. Rebel.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Let's just jump to the slideshow here. Big thanks to producer June. All right, here we go. And by the way, we have to big up with two producers, man. We have a production. I don't know. Crew. We have a production crew, right? And the production crew is a production crew of one. And we just want to say that person there, just like how we're grateful to have Joan and OT. We're grateful to have this person. A lot of work has been done, and what you get to see is the end product. But believe me, there is a lot that goes into this sausage. It's a lot of mixing and blending and extraction and input, a lot. So just want to make sure we give everybody them just due, because it's only fair, it's only fitting. All right, here we go, Kevin. All right, that's me. Turn a blind eye to corruption and then lose sight in your other eye, and that's so true. We could just skip through the agenda. Well, no, because some of you didn't get the In fact, you know what, Kevin? All right, I'll wait, because there's a person that's supposed to get the promo, and I don't think I sent it to that person. But remember, the Prime Minister said, "I wasn't born with no gold spoon in my mouth." Well, you have a lot of gold spoons.
A few.
Sure, I think there's one big fat gold spoon. We're going to ask him now, where did he get these spoons from? And actually, we said spoons, but it's a whole bunch of spoons that we molded into one big spoon. And we just want to know where. That's all. And it's not, we're not the only ones asking the question. The Integrity Commission is asking too. But the thing that you must remember is that we have a right to ask this question. And no amount of saying that we have bad mind or whatever will stop us, because when they say bad mind, that is just their way of saying we can't answer the question. That's all. That's all. We have a right as Jamaicans to ask questions of our leaders. And when they can't answer, if the best they can come up with is say, "Yeah, bad mind." All right. When will Minister Vaz admit that the Rural Bus Initiative is a very expensive failure? Implicit in that question is that it is a very expensive failure. We're just asking him to explain. And believe me, people, when we go through this thing today and we show you how much of a failure this is, if you didn't understand, you're going to understand. And if you understood, you're going to have a deeper sense of appreciation of the work that went into this and how much it is a very expensive failure. The last one is Rattigan University planning to provide Jamaica with free school buses. It's a very interesting segment. Don't miss it. Do not miss it. All right, here we go. Kevin and I, we're on the panelists. You, the people of Jamaica, And when I say people of Jamaica, I'm talking about Jamaicans all over the world. You are our guests today. You are. So we're going to sit and we're going to present. Or we're sitting already. We're just going to present. And we just want you to sit back. And if you have questions, by all means, throw it in the chat. And we will try our level best to answer you. All right. I'm going to leave this for Kevin. Kevin, he has a few things he'd like to say to address the engagement norms.
All right. So we always encourage you to be an active listener. And being an active listener includes avoiding certain distractions. It will happen. There will be detractors. There will be naysayers. There'll be all kinds coming in. When you're an active listener, you're focused on what is happening. You're taking notes based on what is interesting to you. If it's not interesting to you, be mindful of the other active listeners. So this one ties in with being present. And you can't be an active listener and not be present. We encourage you to comment, contribute from a constructive standpoint. Don't go off the rails. Don't say things just for kicks and giggles. And if it is for kicks and giggles, make it constructive. Celebrate others' contributions. Thank you for that point. Even if it's not something that you see as helping, thank you for your contribution. Appreciate it. It's not really fitting to where we are at in this discussion right now, but thank you for participating. That's all you need to give. All you need to give. As you see it here in red, for those of you who are watching, those who are on the radio side listening in, be open-minded. My motto is to have acceptance through enlightenment. You don't have to agree with me. We just ask that you understand where someone else is coming from. So if it's me, you don't agree, cool. Hear me out, ask a question to understand where I'm coming from. If at the end of it you still don't agree, that is fine. The objective is that you remain objective. That is where we need to be. Again, it's a learning experience, and it is one that should be enjoyed. If you enjoy yourself while learning, it won't seem as tedious as some determine learning to be. When you have fun learning to swim, you have fun learning to ride a bicycle, except when you fall off. You have fun learning some things. This is one of those things where we learn how to navigate the space that is held so highly, but we feel like we don't have a right to demand certain things of them. And I'm talking about representational politics and those that represent us in that space. So be ever present, be open-minded, contribute positively, and celebrate each other's contributions. Thank you, Rebel. You're muted. Or is it just me?
Yeah, thank you. I just send you a couple of things, and the chat GPT. If you can just put that up for me.
Those are new.
Folks, we have so much to talk about today. So much to talk about today. But let me show you a video. Some of you, probably most of you, have seen this video, but it is so timely, it is so appropriate that we have to just keep playing it, because we're in, as they call it, the silly season. So, but before we do that, let me go through this. See this? Anyone who wants to tackle corruption must be willing to go all the way. There are no shortcuts. No shortcuts. And we have a few more on corruption. What I'm going to do is Here's one of my favorites. The truth will set you free, but first, it will make you miserable. And for those of you who support what the government is doing, what the prime minister is doing, what Minister Vaz is doing, you are going to be miserable today. You are. Let me take this down because even though we just started, time is at a premium. Let me just take this down and play you this quick video.
Story about a big man who died and went to the other side. On that day, God had decreed that whoever arrives must choose where to go, whether heaven or hell. So this man was excited. He demanded to visit hell first. And he got into something which looked like a lift, and he went down to hell. When the doors opened, things were glorious. The devil had no tail. The devil had no horns. He even met his friends. They were healthy, eating well, drinking well, making merry. Then it was time up, and he then demanded to be taken to heaven. In heaven, the picture was nice. Angels floating around, good music, the Lord Almighty presiding and reigning supreme. Finally, he was asked, what's your choice? Because you are not going to be judged. There's no judgment today. Judge for yourself. He thought, you know, these bishops have been telling lies and spoiling the name of the devil. The devil is a very fine man. He looks after his people. Now all these imams in the mosques making noise, saying Satan, Satan. This man is not bad at all. And in any case, heaven seems to be overrated. As a matter of fact, it's a bit boring. That was the debate in his head. So when the angel asked him to choose, he said, I have chosen that I'll go to hell, now that I've seen it with my own eyes. And the angel said, get into the lift. He got into the lift, and it took him down, but when the doors opened, things had changed. The place looked like a desert. His friends were wearing dirty clothes. They were eating from the garbage pit. And the devil was now complete in his devilish regalia. The tail was out, the horns were out, and he was carrying a whip. So he tiptoed towards the devil and said, excuse me, sir, you remember me, don't you? I was here the other day. You surely remember me. And Lucifer said, go to hell, I don't remember you. What do you have to say anyway? He said, you know, the other day things were very nice here. Things have been changed for the worse today. What's happening? The devil said, I'm sorry, my friend. The day you came, we were campaigning. So, now, therefore, we need to tell our people to know that there's life after campaigns.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Yes, indeed. There is life after campaigns. And that's a message that we need to emphasize. We need to have that message seared in the minds of our people, because collecting that money and giving that politician your vote will not improve your lot in life if that politician is not hell-bent on being a servant, being your servant.
Facts.
So you take that money, and that's the end of that. You probably won't see that person. If you do see the person, you'll see them just a couple of times. Never hear from them. You'll never have access to them. So I need you to pay close attention to that video. Just let it just sear inside you. We're reinforcing the message. Now, let me pull up something here, and I'm going to show you. Kevin, just show me which part where is it? The cabinet is.
It's in PMIC.
PMIC.
You
Where's
gone
that?
too far. Right as well.
This one?
No, man. The one on the left.
Okay. Stay with us, folks. Stay with us. You can pull it up for me, because okay. All right. Good. Thanks.
Yeah, man.
Let me share this. All right. Now, folks, we are going to have a little bit of a hiccup today because there is so much, and we're trying to look at these issues from different angles so that you can get a comprehensive understanding, not just an understanding, but a complete understanding of all the issues associated with these issues. And as I said to you, we may not complete all of this today, but that's not our mission, to try and complete everything today. We're trying to get you to understand today. We will get to the end when we get to the end, whether it's before or well, it definitely will be before the election. But I want to show you something. Take a look at these people. This is the cabinet, right? That's the Prime Minister. Let's go down. Deputy Prime Minister. And by the way, Minister Kamina Johnson-Smith, her ministry is responsible for updating this chart. And I don't know that they're busy talking about other people, talking about comparing. Well, they're busy criticizing manifestos or criticizing a manifesto. They should be more concerned about their manifesto and what they're doing, and they should be concerned about something like this. Minister of Finance and the Public Service is still listed as Dr. Nigel Clark. That's as of today. He's still listed as. So Minister Kamina Johnson-Smith and the others.
As of today?
As of today, when we pull this up, he's still listed as the Minister of Finance, Nigel Clark. So I'm saying to them, look, you have enough to worry about on your plate. You know, clean up your house before you start complaining about all other people's dirty. Please clean up yours. Minister of Finance and the Public Service is not Nigel Clark. But let's go down. There's a reason why I'm showing you all of these people. There she is, one of my favorite ministers, Minister Kamina Johnson-Smith, the one who's responsible for this mistake being made right here. Then we have Honorable Olivia Grange. Then we have Mr. Ed Bartlett. Then we have, there's a gentleman who is responsible for a lot of things in Jamaica. A lot of things that went south, still going south. But don't forget, at the end of the day, there's one person who's responsible for all of these people. And by the way, Kevin, they're complaining about people making mistakes. Look at how they spell building right here. So
no,
you see people,
sticky keys.
Yeah,
that's all it is.
But again, people, we're not going to make much of it except to say that when people make spelling errors, you know, we have significant issues to worry about. So, and for you go call up, set up conference and have media present to talk about spelling errors. And by the way, they have spelling errors in their achievements, you know. And if they doubt me, I can pull it up for them. I don't want to do it now because that's not the focus of today's show. But if they want to challenge me and say there's no spelling errors in it, I can show them spelling errors in it. All right. Let me tell you something. I came second in the spelling bee contest in Balmaji at Balmaji, you know. This goes from representing the school. So I know a little bit about spelling. Patois is my first language, but spelling is something that I love. And my eyes can spot a lot of things. Not always. But like, for example, building spelled Buillding. Me know that wrong. All right.
I'm on a riding horse now. Go see that, Mr. Rattigan. Come on.
Okay, that's true. Minister of Local Government, Mr. Desmond McKenzie. Minister of Justice, Sir Delroy Chuck. Now, this lady has been moved. She's now Minister of Finance, Honorable Faber Williams. So she's still in the cabinet. Sir Pernell Charles, Labor and Social Security. Here's a gentleman who's a feature of one of our segments, Mr. Darrell Vaz. Energy, Science, Energy, Telecommunications, and Transport. Minister of Industry, Investment, and Commerce, Senator Albin Hill. I know a little bit about him and his activities in the Middle East. But we'll leave it for another day. Minister of Legal and Constitutional Affairs, Malahoo Ford. Minister of Agriculture, Mr. Floyd Green. There he is. Mr. Warmington is no longer Minister without portfolio responsibility for works. I don't think he occupies that position. I think that position is occupied by one of my friends in the ministry, Mr. Robert Morgan. And the gentleman in charge of water, Matthew Samuel. He's no longer senator, by the way, he's MP. So that should have been updated. And here's the Minister of Education, Senator the Honorable Dana Morris Dixon. Right? You've seen all of those. Now you know why I present all of those few people. It's called the cabinet. They are responsible for making significant decisions for all of us. And today we're going to show you how they failed us. We tend to point to Minister Vaz and said he's the one responsible for the school bus saga. Well, he's not the only one, because you're going to hear him say that all of these people I just showed you, the cabinet, they approved the expenditure of $1.4 billion to purchase 110 buses. Before we do that, we have with us today a gentleman who stirred the pot last week, none other than Mr. Michael Abrams. And folks, Michael and I, we've had several conversations this week. I'm just going to kick back, because when Michael starts to talk, I'm telling you, you don't need to interrupt him, because the man is full of information, chock full of true facts. And if you don't believe me, listen to him now. Michael, welcome home, sir.
The good doctor. You're muted.
Right.
You're muted.
You can hear me now?
Yes, loud and clear.
There are some people watching who probably hope I'll keep being muted, don't it?
Well,
some people prefer me muted, you know.
Well, the hell with them. We're not worried about them. You know what? I have something I'm gonna show you. I have something. Let me see. I don't know if producer Joan put it up. Let me see if I see it here. No, it's not here. It's about saying we don't care about people who want us muted. We care about people who want to listen to us. Essentially, that's what we care about. All right.
Yeah.
So, and here's one: if the truth shall kill them, then let them die. If the truth shall kill
Rest in peace and pieces.
You're a murderer then.
Metaphorically, sir.
Yeah. Remember who you are, no doc.
Yes.
All right. Now, Doc, here's what happened. I didn't want to play. I have a lot of things to play, but I know that time is at a premium for you, and we're extremely grateful for you to take time out of your busy schedule, family time too, to come and sit with us and just have a reasoning so that the Jamaican people can understand what's on your mind and what's going on and what can we do about the ills that beset us. So without further ado, I'll just let you just pick up on the last conversation with, and then you just run with it. I will just kick back, we'll make notes. And people open up on a pen and paper ready, because I'm going to get a lot of information from this man. So man, without further ado.
A lot from me, man. This is a TED Talk.
Well, Doc.
It's a mic talk, no.
Doc, you're there. And I think we want to start out. We want to talk. There's so many things you and I talked about this week. We talked about the issue of bad mind. We talk about the issue of the buses. We talk about the issue of of AI being used to present people in a false light. We talked about the tape that was edited or doctored, concerning Mr. The former minister KD Knight. Pick up any one of them you want to talk about. All of them. The floor is yours, sir.
A lot has happened since we last spoke. A whole lot. So I don't know which aspect you want me to talk about. There's just a lot going on right now. Well, I feel. Go ahead. I
was gonna say let's ease the crowd. Let's ease our people into the significant topics, right? Let's have a crescendo at the end. So let's start out. Let's start with the KD Knight situation.
The KD Knight situation. My producer is in here. My director is in here. My wife is in here.
Yeah, is Gail there?
Yeah, she's directing me. I have to obey her. What am I to do? I'm to move this way. What am I move this way? This way is the best way. All right.
Big up, boss Gail. Big up
yourself, producer Gail.
I have to make sure I do as I'm told,
Indeed.
You know that go already.
Yes.
So there's a lot that has happened since, man, and let me tell you. So some of your viewers really don't know me. Many people don't really know me,
All right. Please introduce yourself.
Many people really don't know me. They make assumptions. So, for example, I've been critical of the government, and people assume that I'm a comrade or I'm a PNP operative. So and I've never really spoken about this publicly, about my own political upbringing. So I grew up in a house that was not political. My father died in 1997. I didn't know what his political leaning was until last year. My brother and my sister told me they are much older than I am. So I wasn't raised in a tribal household, and I'm grateful for that. I didn't grow up with any Michael Manley or Edward Siaga photos or green or orange things. So I'm grateful that I think for myself. So I voted for both parties, just giving you my history. And I keep getting disappointed. So, for example, I voted for Bruce Golding because I thought, he ran on this platform of being transformational. That was the catchphrase for him. Transformation. You remember that?
Yes.
And I had a lot of hopes for that. And that whole Dudus Mana Tivoli thing was disastrous. And after that, I was literally terrified. And I voted for the PNP afterwards. I always liked Portia Simpson Miller. But during her tenure, I lost confidence in her ability to lead. I didn't feel comfortable. I had issues with her competence as a leader. I didn't feel confident. And that's when, I started being on social media around that time. And of course, comrades would cuss me and call me a laborite, which I'm not. Because in Jamaica, we're beholden to this binary thinking and whataboutism. So you cuss one side, you belong to another side. But I was highly critical of her administration, very. And then Andrew Holness came, and I remember specifically in the second term, I was a big Andrew Holness fan. So I'm going to tell you, sometimes when I vote in the past, it's a matter of the lesser of the two evils. It wasn't that case with Andrew Holness with me. I was a big fan. I had a lot of confidence. I loved his attitude. I loved his enthusiasm. I loved the fact that he was driven, very driven. And I was very impressed. But as his term went on, man, I started to see things that I just became very uncomfortable with. Very uncomfortable. Because if we're going to be honest about this, I think we should look at the facts and forget about political bias. So you're running a campaign and you talk about integrity a lot. I distinctly remember him saying at one point that we must hold our leaders to account. I don't know if you remember, I saw a video of that. He said we should hold our leaders to account. And these organizations that investigate corruption, we should leave them to do their job, leave them to do their work, and not interfere with them. And I was very impressed, very. And then as time went on, I realized that, hold on, some of them things don't work out, star. Like, I've always thought we should have term limits so people don't stay in power too long. I always wanted a fixed election date. It kind of weird to be in limbo. Like we're in limbo recently. And just a few weeks ago, we find out when the election is. And, you have people in the diaspora, people want to come out here, people here want to go on vacation and they don't know what to do. So I became very disenchanted because he not only promised that, he promised it in the first 100 days. And 9 years, he said he promised fixed election dates and term limits in the first 100 days. 9 years later, he's trying to get a third term. And we live about the election date. And he promised an impeachment bill. And one of my issues with our politics is that corruption has become endemic in our politics. Endemic. So he promised us an impeachment bill, and I was excited about that because when you have an impeachment bill, it holds leaders to account, 9 years later, not only did he not give us an impeachment bill, the opposition leader drafted one, and they have not brought it up for debate. They just ignored that. See, you follow where I'm going with all of this?
Yes.
You follow me? So I'm watching all these developments. We had a standalone political ombudsman. Got rid of that. So I'm watching these developments, I'm watching them. Once upon a time, the Integrity Commission reports, they used to be tabled expeditiously in Parliament. All of a sudden, it's like, well, we're not going to table them right away. Going to be a delay because people have to review them. Then the Integrity Commission has its rules about statutory declarations. We have the Justice Minister now saying to us, telling parliamentarians that they mustn't divulge certain information about their spouse and their kids and their income. Then there are 3 branches of government. You see, a lot of Jamaicans don't follow this. There are 3 branches of government. And his wife is House Speaker, which means he and his spouse are in charge of 2 of the 3 branches of government. You have executive, legislative, and judicial. A leader and a spouse should never control 2 of the 3 branches of government. That presents a situation where there's potential for significant conflict of interest. So, for example, if a report comes on her desk that could embarrass the Prime Minister, implicate him in wrongdoing, and she tables it expeditiously, it could cause a problem with them, their relationship. If she delays it, it will be unfair to us. See, what is it? And by the way, the opposition is to be blamed for this. Because when she was deputy speaker, they sat and watched that and said nothing. The opposition is a whole other story. Because I'm not impressed with them either. Okay, let me put that out there. Okay. And when they brought her up to be, House Speaker, they were like, yeah, man, good, great. That should never have happened. When I inquired about it, I was told that it's a tradition. But let me tell you something. Tradition don't mean nothing. If we all stick to traditions, the world would never progress. Civilization will never progress if you just keep doing the same thing and following traditions, I have a friend from an African country, and in her country, it's a tradition that when a girl becomes, adolescent, they cut off part of her genitalia with no anesthetic. Her sister bled to death when they did it to her sister. That's a tradition, but that don't mean it's a good thing. But that's a whole other story. So he and his spouse should never run 2 of the 3 branches of government. Never. And you watch all these developments, and you find that some of these actions they have taken are barriers to accountability and transparency. Some of these things they've done have tampered with the checks and balances responsible for accountability and transparency. So they've tampered with some, and they've not taken advantage of opportunities to strengthen them. So you have an opportunity for us to have an impeachment bill, and you don't do it. Another thing I've observed with this whole thing with KD Knight, I recall that KD Knight was once Minister of National Security and Justice. Now we have 3 ministries. We have National Security, We have Ministry of Justice, and we have Ministry of Constitutional Affairs. Between me and you, I really can't think of a good reason why we have a Ministry of Constitutional Affairs when we already have a Ministry of Justice. That falls under justice. It makes no sense to me, but you know what makes even less sense to me? The fact that for the first time in our country, we have a Ministry of Constitutional Affairs, and for the first time, we have a Prime Minister that the Supreme Court keeps finding in breach of the Constitution on multiple occasions. So there was a time when he put the Chief Justice on probation, was doing that. Supreme Court said, my youth, you can't do that, that's unconstitutional. The SOEs come up, my youth, you can't do that, that's unconstitutional. The undated resignation letters, you can't do that, that's unconstitutional. So you repeatedly breach the Constitution. So if people are watching and you're a labor, whether you're a laborite or comrade, you're non-committed, what I'm saying are just facts. And I grew up in a country where corruption has become endemic, and I want a government with integrity. And I keep seeing these things happening. And what I don't like about the climate now with this campaign, so I'm going to tell you what I think. When an election is coming up, mudslinging and propaganda are par for the course. We know this. And both sides engage in this. Sometimes it's just, you're just mocking people and it's harmless. And, people just get nasty. So I've heard people on the opposition side talking about Mr. Holness and his marriage. I don't care about that. That is irrelevant to me. That's totally irrelevant. Or I hear JLP people talking about Mark Golding's ethnicity, which, again, that don't matter to me. Using his ethnicity against him, his heritage. And again, two wrongs don't make a right. When the PNP did that with Edward Siaga, that was wrong. I think that was a very bad thing to do. But two wrongs don't make a right. It's 2025. We should know better now. They're using that against him, trying to bring up this thing about him being a descendant of slave masters. And this is the whole thing about race. Not every white person owns slaves. There were some black people who own slaves. Just because somebody's white doesn't mean they're a descendant of a slave master. And even if you're a descendant of a slave master, what that mean? No. There are people who are descendants of Nazis who went 180 degrees and reject that. They are descendants of Ku Klux Klan members who have gone 180 degrees and rejected that. My wife is a descendant of a slave master. Her maiden name is Somerville. That's from some Scottish stuff years ago. That means nothing, really. And what's even more painful watching that is Mark Golding is the direct descendant of somebody who made life better for a lot of Jamaicans. His father, Sir John Golding, did so much for this country. You understand? Because of him, we have Mona Rehab, which is now Sir John Golding Rehabilitation Center. He came out here when they had the polio outbreak. And he was supposed to go back to England. He stayed out here. There was no vaccine for polio then. The man risked his life to look after people in Jamaica with polio. The man was involved in Special Olympics with the breathalyzer and road traffic safety research. The man did so many things. So it upsets me when I hear that being used against Mr. Golding, the slave master rubbish. Because some of the people, like Juliet Cuthbert Flynn and Everett Warmington, who throw these racial barbs at him, them and them parents, all of them together, haven't done half of what Sir John Golding did. So I reject that. So there's a lot of nastiness on both sides. What bothers me with this campaign is on the side of the government, I find it to be a campaign of deception on many levels. And that disturbs me a bit. So I'm going to tell you what that means. To me, I've never seen a Jamaican government gaslight people the way these people gaslight us. So for people who don't understand what gaslighting is, it's like lying and deception on a whole other level. So lying, for example, is you're a man and you have a woman outside. You tell your woman, I don't have nobody else. It's just you. But she don't know. But you tell lies still. Gaslighting is like, it wasn't me with Shaggy. Gaslighting is when she come and find you on top of the woman and you tell her, say, why are you doing it? You look in her face and say, where you look, man, not happening here. That's what gaslighting is. So you're doing something in front of somebody's face and they make them start to wonder if they're mad. So, for example, going back to the Prime Minister now. So you promised us the integrity, bill. You promised us, impeachment bill and all these other things. According to the Integrity Commission, there are things that you should have done that you did not do, like declare certain businesses or not provide information they requested from you. And your statutory declarations have not been certified for 4 years. People will say to me, well, it's the Integrity Commission's fault because they investigate stuff and they don't find nothing. So what's the problem? And what is happening for people who don't really understand? They've been unable to file criminal charges because they're unable. In other words, what you declare doesn't add up with what you have, but at the same time, they can't prove that it's some criminal thing you're doing. It's hard to find out. So I don't know why that is, but the fact is that it's not certified. And he's been investigated. So when people, members of the public are, pose questions and we say, why is this going on? We don't feel good about this. You hear some bad mind. That offends me. You understand? This whole bad mind labeling thing is gaslighting on another level. I find it to be immature and disingenuous. It's just wrong. Because I don't bad mind Mr. Holness, I don't want Mr. Holness, I don't want Mr. Holness' house. Me not want him job, me not want him money, me not want him wealth, him business, his wife, nothing, his power. I don't want any of that. But if I'm a citizen of this country and I just ask, how come these things not done? Why didn't fulfill these promises? Why being investigated? I don't have no bad mind. I'm sitting in my house. Me good in my house, Me like it. It may not be as big as this, but make me good. You have a situation where we have some school buses. And this is where the binary thinking thing come in, because if you express...
Doc, explain binary to...
Sorry, one or the other. Like black or white. In other words, I don't like JLP, so I must be PNP. I don't like PNP, so I must be JLP. That's where this non-binary thing comes in with gender. Because people think you're either a man or a woman. So non-binary means people who identify as a man or as a woman. It's kind of complicated to people, but binary means one or the other. So I just feel uncomfortable about that. Because you talk about the bus thing, some people assume, well, that means you support the PNP system. I reject the PNP's transportation system for kids too. I'd be a hypocrite to say that I'm concerned about safety and I embrace the PNP's proposal because it involves what Mark Golding said, pro-box, taxi drivers, whatever. Taxi drivers are among the most reckless drivers in the country. Not all of them are reckless, not all of them. But a lot of them drive like that. Sometimes they overcrowd the vehicles. And if you care about safety, we have a relatively high incidence of sexual assault for kids and women. And it's less likely to happen when a child is on a bus dedicated for kids than in a taxi. So I reject that system too. So let's get that out of the way, okay? I'm a great fan of data, research, evidence, and facts. I love data and facts. And sometimes research and data contradict what you might believe or what you have taught, what you have been taught. But I respect that. So I'll be honest with you, when the bus system came, when they proposed it, I was very happy, very. I remember Peter Bunting at a rally lambasting them, saying that come for kill off people, pick me. And I will tell you, I was very upset about that. Very. Because I'm thinking, we have a bus system for kids. Why you going, sir? You'd have to go on, sir. You'd have to oppose for opposing sake. This is just, it's wrong. Where you going, sir? You understand? I thought it was just, politics or, just hyperbole, being dramatic. And when I heard the word left-hand drive, I felt uncomfortable. But I had no data to suggest that left-hand drive buses were less safe. I had no data. I just felt uncomfortable. So I was going to write an article about the rural school bus system. And I was going to write about different aspects, like an overview and about what they plan to implement, what the opposition's response was, safety issues, procurement issues, an overview. But when I started to research for my article, I didn't know that the whole concept of wrong-hand drive was a thing. Wrong-hand drive is a thing. I never know that. Wrong-hand drive means driving left-hand drive vehicles on the left or right-hand drive vehicles on the right, because left-hand drive vehicles are made to be driven on the right. I found out there's a lot of research that has shown that left-hand drive vehicles, when you drive wrong-hand drive vehicles, the accident risk is higher. I didn't know that. So, for example, in Sweden, they used to drive on the left for over 100 years, on the left. But the rest of Europe, they drive on the right. So the rest of Europe, like Italy, France, Germany, they drive on the right, so their vehicles were left-hand drive. But Sweden had all these left-hand drive vehicles over there driving up and down on the left. And they realized that, among other things, the accident rates were higher than they would have liked, especially on narrow roads. So in 1967, September the 3rd, 1967, Sweden decided, you know what is true, man, instead of banning the left-hand drive vehicles, we're going to start driving on the right. And the accident rates fell by about 30%. And they realized that if Sweden had switched from about 1953, between I think around 1953 to 1966, over 4,000 lives would have been saved. Okay? So it's an established fact. If you buy an old vehicle, it's more likely to have electrical and mechanical problems than a new vehicle. That's a no-brainer. You don't need research for that. So I started to get very concerned about safety now, because I'm like, hey, why would you do that? The government, Mr. Vaz himself said that the government bought 270 new JUTC buses. These are new buses and they're all right-hand drive. So if you can buy 270 new right-hand drive buses, why are you going to buy 110 old left-hand drive vehicles for kids who are more vulnerable than us? Kids. And why are you going to do that and go retrofit all of them and put doors on the left? Because normally on these buses, Wilfred, you got to talk about that, because you buy a bus or got a bus or thief a bus. I don't know. You have a bus. I don't know.
I have one.
Yeah. All right. So the driver sits down and the driver looks across, and the door is usually in the driver's direct line of vision. So when you lock off that and put doors on the other side behind the driver isn't going to have the same kind of line of vision. And that's another safety factor.
Indeed. And
another safety issue that brought up to me is that these old buses, the emissions are more harmful than the newer buses. So you put in, all right, so there are issues. So when you now raise these issues and ask about safety, you're saying a bad man. We're literally being bullied about being bad man about these buses, to the point where the minister actually, I've seen him wear a t-shirt with bad man on it. Last week, he went on a platform and said that the PNP people who criticize the bus system are dog hard. The prime minister talked about bad men. It's one thing if the supporters cuss you and call you that. But when the leader of the country, when I look upon you and say you bad mind, because all you are doing is demanding accountability and transparency, that's some serious breed of gaslighting. And you will have bad mind people, you know. You have some tribal comrades who are very tribal to the point where they're fool. The JLP produced a book of their achievements, 200 and odd. You'd have to be seriously biased to look at that book and not admit that this government has done good things for this country. You understand? JLP government has done a lot of great things, you know. The time they were there, for example, we now have paternity leave in the public sector. We never had paternity leave ever before. They extended the maternity leave. 8 years, 9 8 straight years of no new taxes. They significantly lowered poverty, unemployment, crime. I'm kind of biased because of medicine and my job. Cervical cancer is the second commonest cancer in this country. They now subsidize pap smears, which are tests that women do to pick up abnormalities that could lead to cancer and intervene and save their lives. They now subsidize PSA tests for men for prostate cancer. They've done a lot of great things, but you have some tribal comrades who look and say they never do nothing. So you have tribal people, you have bad man people, but you have rational people who are not PNP, or they may be PNP, but they're just rational, and they say, yo, I have a concern about the bus. You're bad man. You're too bad man. I have a problem with that. When I spoke about a campaign of deception, there's another thing I've noticed that is very concerning to me. All right, so as I said, mudslinging and propaganda are par for the course in politics. Both sides do it. But I start seeing some weird things in terms of some headlines that they put out there that have been tampered with, that they make up fake headlines. So I give an example. I saw a headline that was allegedly put up by the Gleaner Company. There's a picture of Isaac Buchanan and a headline that his assistant was reported to the police for threatening to kill a JLP worker. And when I saw the headline, I was taken aback. I'm like, man, this don't look good for Isaac Buchanan at all. Some of y'all start judging the man, you know. I'm like, you know, why would you have them kind of people working with him? This don't look good. And while I'm thinking about Isaac, I know Isaac could be so irresponsible. I realized that the word assistant was spelled incorrectly. I realized that the word police was capitalized in the middle of a sentence. I realized the font looked different from the Gleaner fonts on Instagram. In fact, I can realize that that's a fake headline. Then I saw another headline with Isaac Buchanan saying that he's in trouble for calling Portlanders dunce, allegedly from the Gleaner. Then they say another Gleaner post, allegedly, with Mark Golding's picture on it, saying that the PNP is being heavily criticized for spelling errors in the manifesto. So I contacted the chief editor at the Gleaner Company and I asked, you know, are these real? I didn't think so, but you guys put this out? I was told, no, they are not their posts. And it is so bad that the Gleaner Company had to put a disclaimer on the Instagram page saying that these are not our posts. And some of them were posted on this TikTok website, this TikTok page called JLP Facts. That's the irony, it's called JLP Facts with propaganda on it and some things that are not facts. Then I saw another post of a poster of, it was a flyer with a picture of Peter Bunting. You know, you have these flyers with the candidates. It was Peter Bunting's photograph, but somebody else's name. And the caption was, how can you trust a party that doesn't even know the candidates, their own candidates? I realized that that was fake. That was photoshopped. Then I heard about this KD Knight voice note. So I didn't watch the rally, okay? I tend not to watch these things so much. Like I didn't watch the JLP rally. I didn't watch the PNP's launching of the manifesto either because between me and you, I'm tired of the false promise them. I'm tired of people are promising things and I'm not do it. Both sides. So I didn't watch it.
Facts.
But I heard that at the JLP rally, Christopher Tufton played a voice note of KD Knight saying something about Mark Golding not, you know, fit to run the country. I heard about it and I said, well, that look bad on KD Knight and PNP still. Look away, you know. Then I heard that KD and Mr. Knight said the voice note was doctored. And I said, well, this sounds interesting. I haven't heard it. But again, I'm not taking any side because I don't know. I don't know. Maybe Mr. Knight forget. Maybe it's not. I don't know. Then I don't know if you heard this interview by Dionne Jackson Miller on her program Beyond the Headlines. So Dionne Jackson Miller played, me have to laugh. Dionne Jackson Miller played the original, what is allegedly the original voice note.
Voice note, yes.
KD Knight sounds like he's very distressed, and he's talking about the loss in 2020 and what had contributed to the loss in 2020. And he said, he's talking in the voice note, and he says, there are people today who say that Mark Golding must never be Prime Minister of Jamaica. That is the reality. That is the reality. And he started to say, oh, these things cause disunity, and we have to do it, stop the disunity.
Correct.
The voice note that Christopher Tufton played, he's playing the voice note at the rally, and he says to the people at the rally about problems in the PNP. He said, I know me say so. I know me say so. And he played the tape, the recording, and the recording was KD Knight saying, Mark Golding must never be Prime Minister of Jamaica. That is the reality. These are realities. Mark Golding must never be Prime Minister of Jamaica. No, boss, that's a two different things,
Exactly.
Two different context. The first one was Mr. Knight remarking that people are saying these things and calling for unity in the party. The other one was basically KD Knight going on a rant saying that Mark Golding must never be Prime Minister. So when Dion Jackson Miller talking to Christopher Tufton and asked him about the voice notes, so the man tell her, say, when she asked him if there's any difference, the man said there's no difference. The man said there's no difference. I was speechless. Then she cut to the break and come back on the program, and she played the two of them back to back and called him again. I said, are you saying there's no difference? And the man said, she had him bobbing and weaving, and then eventually he said, well, there's a difference, but it's KD Knight say that is his words, and that is him talking. I'm like, Jesus Christ. And that was the last straw for me, because that's the height of just nastiness. That is some serious pathological behavior. When you are being dishonest and you are faced with the truth in front of a live audience, and you double down and insist on sticking to your original narrative, not only is something wrong with you, but it makes me start to wonder, what else are you being dishonest about that I don't have any evidence for? Because you have evidence that you mean dishonest now with this. What else you tell me? What else are you being dishonest about? And it's not like he's Minister of Video Games. He's Minister of Health. It's our health we are dealing with. And that is that's when I got really, really offended. I'm like, no, man, this thing gone too far, man. The smear tactics gone way, 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 way. It's like you crossed the line in the sun now. You got into another zone now. Where I mess up my meds now. You understand? And this is a pattern of behavior with Mr. Tufton. And it bothers me. Because recently he tweeted something that in 2015 there were 0 MRIs in the health sector, public system. Now there are 3. And 6 MRIs, and I must say 10 CTs coming. Somebody sent it to me. I didn't see it initially. Somebody sent it to me and asked me if to verify it. And I found out that there was an MRI machine at KPH from 2010. It was working. So when he came to office, there was an MRI at KPH working. And the funny part, it went down under his watch before COVID and no fix yet. It has not been fixed or repaired or replaced. And I asked my colleagues, where are these 3 MRIs in the public sector he's talking about? None of my colleagues can tell me where these 3 MRIs are. So Kingston Public Hospital and Cornwall Regional Hospital are the 3 biggest type A hospitals. No, sorry. They are the 2 type A hospitals we have in this country. So a type A hospital is the biggest kind of hospital. Those hospitals are referral centers, and they deal with all specialties. So you're going to have departments for medicine, pediatrics, surgery, obstetrics and gynecology, dermatology, psychiatry, ENT, all of them, orthopedics, everything. That KPH and Cornwall Regional do have an MRI machine. Spanish Town Hospital is the biggest type B hospital. Spanish Town Hospital does not even have a CT, which is an MRI. Mm-hmm. Bustamante is the only hospital for children in the English-speaking Caribbean. That Bustamante doesn't have a CT or MRI? So if a child comes to Bustamante with a head injury and is unconscious, they have to find an ambulance. find a nurse to go with him or her, find a doctor, sometimes depending on how severe the injury is, navigate through traffic, go to an MRI, go to a radiology institution, take out the child, put the child in the machine, put the child back in the vehicle, travel back to the hospital, take back out. You know how much time that wastes? Seriously, if you had a CT machine on site, it would save a lot of time and trouble, but no, we don't have that. So one day I sat at my office, which is near halfway tree, and I counted at least 8 private institutions that have a CT, MRI, or both.
I was going to ask you about that just now.
So, it's not like Jamaica doesn't have them.
Mm-hmm.
Some things are going on in this country that really upset me. So you see, as I say, it's not like he's minister of video games. This is health. So when you can't find time to go on a platform and denigrate somebody and smear somebody with a voice note, and people are in outpatient departments lying on the ground or sitting in chairs for days.
Yes.
I had a family member sitting in a chair for days with kidney failure at the hospital. My child had been admitted to one hospital about 2 or 3 years ago. Basic toiletries they never have. Things like incontinence pad and all. They never had those things. So these are the things that upset me. This has nothing to do with being partisan. And the other thing about this campaign of deception I have noticed, this whole flood of groundbreaking and ribbon cutting stuff. And when I talk about it again, people cuss me off. And I'm like, no, they're saying, well, it means that things are being done. No, it don't mean nothing. Because cutting a ribbon or breaking ground don't mean nothing. I know of at least 2 instances where, I'll tell you the story. A pastor told me recently that he knows a woman who was at a ceremony where the authorities turned up and they handed her a key for her home and cut the ribbon. And when the ceremony was over, they took back the key because the place was not ready to be lived in. So one day I'm at work and I'm talking to a patient of mine about it. We're just talking and I said, boy, this is weird. She said to me, she knows somebody that happened to in another parish. She saw her on a social media platform, TikTok, Instagram, one of them, getting the key for this place, cutting ribbon. And she said to her, you turn social media star, man, you have your own home now. And the woman is like, what home? I don't have no home. Then as it done, and take back the key. I know of at least 2 instances where they lay pipe and cut ribbon or say groundbreaking going on, and then you go back and the pipe them gone. There are at least 2 different highways or segments where they had groundbreaking or ribbon cutting ceremonies. Ain't not finished yet. So it's a lot.
Has it started?
Pardon me?
Has it started?
I'm not even sure. I mean, I'll be fair, I'm not sure, but I know that they haven't reached as far as they should have reached. And you know what bothers me about this, boss? Let me tell you the truth. May I look upon this objectively. The Andrew Holness administration has done some wonderful things, I think they have some very good, hardworking people in that administration. On one hand. On the other hand, the PNP has a habit of just, I don't know, man, so many faux pas over there. They've committed so many unforced errors and scored so many own goals. Sometimes I laugh about it because sometimes they go on a platform, speak out of turn. You've seen it happen, so let's be fair. A man go and say something, then the party have to walk it back and say, well, that's not our position. Or somebody go on a platform, say something, and they have to come back and say, what a real element was this? The PNP has so many of those errors. You don't need to make up flyer. You don't need to alter voice notes. You don't need to produce false flyers. All you have to do is go through it and get a montage of the video clips and the sound bites of the things some of these people have said and play them.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So why go to the extent of doing this? That's what bothers me. I'm very disturbed. I just wish somebody was telling me yesterday, they wish I could just go sleep and wake up and the election gone. I wish I could just sleep and wake up and it done. I mean, just keep moving. Because whoever wins the election is going to be the government and I just going to work with them. Whichever government is in power is my government, But I think as a citizen, I have the right to express my concerns or misgivings or disappointments. So that's where I reach now. I don't know what you wanted to hear, but that's kind of my story where my headspace is at now. But the nastiness though, me tired of it now, man. You know?
Right.
Doc, I have a question here for you. My brethren said to ask you, what is driving the proliferation of private imaging facilities in Jamaica? And can you comment on the influence of the medical industry has on politics in Jamaica?
I can't say what influence they have on politics in this country. I really can't. I really don't know. The proliferation is because there's a need for it. There's a need. Because if these hospitals don't have it, there's a need. There's a need for it. And I'm very concerned about that because it's a disservice to our people, you know? As I said, one day I sat at my office and I could think of 8 places within a 1 mile radius of my office where you could get these things done. But children's, you see, it bothers me that these other hospitals don't have it, but children, especially children, because they are the most vulnerable. I mean, how would you feel if your child was in an accident, had a head injury, was unconscious, and you know that a CT machine could be at the hospital, but you have to find an ambulance, put your child in and take your child somewhere else, wasting time, valuable time. I mean, how would you feel about that? And I wouldn't like it.
Fighting actions that.
The health sector is not in a good place. As I said to you a while ago, there are things the government has done that I appreciate. I mean, even going back to the Ministry of Health, they have launched a mental health program, and I'm very appreciative, because mental health is something we don't talk enough about. And Mr. Tufton himself had spoken about mental health. I think he even admitted about having depression himself, and I respected that. Don't get me wrong, you know, just because I have issues doesn't mean I'm going to denigrate somebody, okay? If the man has done good things, I'm going to tell you. And I appreciate that. They're very good things that they have done, but there are also a lot of gaps. A lot of unanswered questions. For example, all now Cornwall Regional Hospital can't done. But they just announced them building some other building where University Hospital is. I don't know why, because somebody told me today at University Hospital, they went by the outpatient department and that he was a bucket to flush a toilet. A colleague of mine working there said that sometimes when she does surgery, she has to carry her own sutures because sometimes they don't have enough of what she would need. But you see, the thing with health is that they have this thing, I think it's the Official Secrets Act. There's some act where medical personnel in the public sector are not allowed to speak to the media or in public about issues they may be having. So they're kind of muted. And this is from before, but they're kind of muted. So for example, I remember hearing about a senior doctor at a hospital who spoke to the media once and said they're having problems because the radiological services were down. And not long after, they got a call from somebody very, very senior at the ministry, and they got seriously upbraided for that. You're not supposed to talk about those things. Let the ministry talk. And then when the minister talks, he gives you the impression it's wonderful. It's not wonderful. It's not the worst. But there are some things that, you see, some things really concern me. All right, for example, I'm in obstetrics and gynecology. The maternal mortality rate is an index of how well our country is doing, the health sector. One of the indices, you know. Our maternal mortality rate now is higher than it was in the 80s and 90s. I don't know if you knew that. By their own metrics. All right, so for somebody might say, let me tell. So let's go to the Ministry of Health data. In 2019, our maternal mortality rate was 165 per 100,000. Yeah. In the 90s, it was about 100, hovering around 100. I know when this administration came to power, the maternal mortality rate was 110. It went up to 160 odd in 2019. And it's not COVID. Our first case of COVID in Jamaica was in March 2020. So it went up during COVID, which you would expect. The minister himself said a year ago it was 133, which is still about 20% higher than when he came in. So let's be honest. We're looking at data, and it's not about my opinion or my feelings. I'm using data from the health ministry. And that's not a good thing. But when you mention that, you hear that you're being partisan, you're being disgusting, the ministry doing work. Of course they're doing work, but the fact is that it's not a good thing when our country's maternal mortality rate goes up.
Right.
And while the maternal mortality rate went up, I think it's trending back down now. It had gone higher than that, it's trending back down, but 133 is still higher than 2000. Okay? And our fertility rate is also low. We are below what you call replacement level now. So in other words, less women are having children, but women are more likely to die. And we're encouraging women to have more kids. So encouraging women to have more kids in an environment where their risk of death is higher now than in 2000. And it would be unfair for me to blame the minister for that. That's not his fault. But I'm just saying, when things happen under your watch, take some responsibility and don't shrug it off. Don't blame women and say it's because they're not going for antenatal care, although that is part of the problem, you know. But at least take some responsibility if something happens under your watch. I remember years ago when my kids was very sick and was in hospital, and the doctors went home without writing up a drug that he needed to get. I had to go to the hospital after 11 o'clock at night to watch a doctor put the drug up, the IV. So the consultant came out and apologized to me, and I said, it's not your fault. You know, it was a junior resident who didn't write it. And he said to me, yes, but I'm the person in charge. I have to take responsibility. And I respected him for that.
Mm-hmm.
If Dr. Ologboy is watching this, I respect you for that, boss man. May I big you up publicly. A big man thinks that. So if something, and the irony is several years ago, the ministry reached out to me because the Minister of Health was having a tour called the Taking Responsibility Tour. And the plan was to go to all parishes to encourage people to take responsibility for their health. It was a great initiative. The funny thing is, he invited me, Dr. Alfred Dawes, and Dr. Philip Coombs. And each of us went to one stop. I know my stop was in St. Anne, and I spoke about cervical cancer and pap smears. And then for some reason, the tour, that was it. But that's the irony. You have a tour called that, but at least take some responsibility. You know, nobody's saying this is all your fault. It can't be all the minister's fault, you know. The health sector now, if you're going to be brutally honest, we all have to take responsibility for that, including us, physicians. From the interns, the junior resident, senior resident, consultant in hospital, the people at the regional health authorities, ministry, all of us. It's the fault of all of us. Me too, all of us. So we have to take some responsibility. The minister can be everywhere. So I'm not blaming him for everything. But at the same time, we need some answers about certain things, because the Auditor General has flagged that ministry too often for funds that can't account for contracts being given out without being put out to tender. So these are things that affect me, and I think they should concern all Jamaicans, regardless of whether you're a Labourite, you're a comrade, you're non-committed. And it's even worse for me. You know why it's worse for me, boss? If you don't understand. A lot of people spend their time cussing me, saying it's because I'm a comrade. I'm not a comrade or a Labourite, but I'm upset not because I belong to the other side. I'm upset because I voted for you. We stand up in a line in a sun. When you stand up in a line in a sonnet and ink up your finger, you expect a certain level of what do you call it now? Performance. So if you fall short of that, I have a right to say, well, to call you out. Because they are there because of us. If we never vote for them, they'd not be there, you know. People like me, why they're there, you know. So that's how I feel about what's happening now.
Well, look, I see a lot of questions being posed concerning medicine and the health sector. Unfortunately, we can't deal with those today because, as you can see, time is at a premium, and we have to get to the issues raised by the good doctor initially. The issues concerning the buses and the performance of the prime minister. We have to get to them. And we're not going to finish both subjects today, but we just want to get to them. And I want the doctor to stick around with us for as long as he can to give us his opinion on some of the things that we're putting forward. And the things we're putting forward, these are, as he said, he's a data-driven person and factually based. These things we're putting up, they're based on facts. They're based on facts. Doc, let me do this. Let me start out with this. We're going to talk about the bus now, people. We're going to dig a little deeper into the bus. The doc gave us an outstanding overview and also his personal opinion as to what actually, his perception as to what took place. Make we start out with this.
Well, I said to people, do not trust the words of politicians. Do not trust the words of politicians.
That's how we started. That's our anthem around here. That's how we started. That was said by Minister Robert Nesta Morgan. And we have
that's the only true thing him ever say.
That's the only true thing him ever. Probably.
I'm just saying, probably.
Well, you know what? Maybe we should listen to him again, because if you say that about him, maybe we really should listen to him. Here we go.
I've always said to people, do not trust the words of politicians. Do not trust the words of politicians.
All right. We're going to we're going to show you something about the bus, and we're going to show you. You said don't trust the words of politician. And remember the doc said, I think last week, he said some things about Peter Bunting, and as a big man thing, he realized that some of the things he said, they were not correct. And he publicly said, hey, what I said was not correct. Well, here is real time. This happened real time, not no real time, but this happened where it's a skit. But look at what happened. Look at this.
We just want to applaud government right now. The government them get the brand new bus them, school bus them for the kids right now. And me say right now we just want to give the government a round of applause. Brand new school bus for the kids them of Jamaica right now. I'm not talking about put on that man. Let's start up on that bus them and them see what. We're going to start up on that bus them. Start up on that bus them. People me tell you right now. We just want to big up Andrew and big up the Labour Party and big up the government of Jamaica right now.
Hey.
Something all right? Something all right, yeah?
Nah, starting. Can't bother with this in the kind of starting, bro.
Blood clot.
And here is something that happened yesterday.
Me not drive it. No mirror on the bus. No mirror. How the hell me to drive it in a peak hour on a Friday evening? Peak hour on a Friday evening. How the hell can I drive it on a Friday evening? From Wharf to Lindot Road. Look here how much experience I have. I'm not taking that chance. No mirror on the bus. No mirror. See? No mirror. No mirror on the bus. How me to drive it on a Friday evening? You go to Lindot Road. Go a Linda Road. Eh? No mirror. What is it?
Let me remove that.
And that is no skit.
I saw that.
All right.
You know what is interesting? The minister. All right, this is another thing about the gaslighting, weird stuff. When I was writing the article about the buses and the questions I had, the Minister of Transport said the buses went through basically 3 levels of inspection. Because the company El Hydro that got the contract to import them from the trade board granted them a waiver. There's a waiver because you're supposed to get this thing called a pre-inspection certificate. That was waived. So when that issue was raised, the ministry said, JUTC engineers went to America and subjected the buses to, and in their own words, rigorous inspection. And they said, well, okay.
I heard that.
Entities affiliated with the Department of Transportation inspected them and certified them. And when you watch these things about, like on TV, and they give it an offer, and they say, wait, there's more. So when the buses came to Jamaica, he said that traffic authority certified them and gave them certification of fitness. That's their words. So you have 3 levels of inspection in 2 different countries. And on the first day on the road, the first day of route testing, I remember there's a video that started to circulate of a tire being detached from a rim. The minister said, we have some tire issues and we'll be replacing the tires on all the buses. Then take it for big head bud we're born behind Cohen and Madagascar market. General Star. Because how can you go through 3 levels of inspection and on the first day you have to replace all the tires on all the buses? That don't make no sense. I'm not surprised I saw that video. I'm not surprised I saw that.
We're going to get to that. We're going to get to that. But let's get to the gentleman at the center of the controversy. By the way, let me stop this here and just say that this is at Dan Webby's funeral. The gentleman's former Senator Dan Webby, who was in charge of Grace Kennedy, who recently passed. I want you to take a look at the very end of the video. Look and tell me who you see and what he's doing.
Raise me up to more than I can see.
Go back there.
You raise me up to more than I.
No.
I'm sorry. You know what that prayer was? Oh God, please don't let any of these buses crash before the election. Amen.
Well,
Father, I pray that these buses do not crash before the election.
Major accident.
Well, let me remove
Enough
it.
crash, go ahead.
Let me remove it.
Why
And then,
are you doing this to me? Why you draw me out for? Can you know baby, you know?
no, what I'm going to do now is, folks, and here's what we did. What we did was we listened to a couple of interviews and we made them short and concise, not drawn out. And what we did, we took notes and we went and we fact checked all of these things. We did our research. I just want you to listen to what the minister, the gentleman you saw praying a while ago, I want you to listen to some of the things he said. And producer Joan, if you could just get us that chart, the chart you did last night or the night before, regarding the different things he said, what he said on one occasion and what he said on another occasion, and we just line them up to show that they don't match up. There's some things here that they don't match. Before we do that, here's one of the things that we're going to be asking this minister. Here's one of the things we're going to ask him.
Jerry, show me the money! Jerry, you better yell! Show me the money!
That's exactly what we're going to be asking. Show me the money. We want to know where the money went. And before I bring
I know, sir. Me, sir.
Okay, I'm asking you, where did the money go?
I think you have to hear because I don't want to die just yet.
Okay, all right, cool. No, before we start the segment with the minister now, we have to play this again because this is so appropriate. I want you to listen to what one minister said and what the second minister, the things that he's going to say. Here we go.
I always say to people, do not trust the words of politicians. Do not trust the words of politicians.
And now, here we go with the minister.
As the role that El Hydra played in the importation process and why they were selected.
I want you to listen carefully, people, because we listened carefully. We made our notes. We have done the contrast and the comparison, and we're going to prove to you that this minister violated the Public Corruption Act. We're going to show you that what he said about getting the buses from America, not true. He didn't tell you the full story as to why those buses became available. He didn't tell you about the maintenance of I have a list here. We have a list. He didn't tell you about a whole bunch of things. But I just need you to pay special attention when we play these 2 videos. They might seem long, but they're not forever. Please just pay attention carefully.
As the logistics facilitator for the buses.
An unsolicited proposal was received from El Hydro it was evaluated. They clearly showed that they were the manufacturer dealer representative for the two types of buses that we are buying, Blue Bus and Thomas Bus, which are the two major buses that are used in the North American school bus system. That document was reviewed. It went to the PPC. PPC gave approval. It went to Cabinet. Cabinet gave approval. We have already been requested for all the documentation by at least two agencies, and those are being put together, and all information will be released in the proper format because there's absolutely nothing to hide. I just want to say something to put things in perspective in terms of where we are and where we are going. The government took a decision earlier this year that we would not go into September 25 school year without providing a rural school bus. This is something that I've been trying to do from 2023 when I took the portfolio responsibility. I went to Cabinet and was sent back because every model that I work was going to cost the government of Jamaica between $8 and $20 billion. What the children have to go through, on top of which we were very concerned about the statistics that the JCF put out, which is 60 children dead and 700 injured in rural Jamaica over the last few years. So what we did was to see what we could implement in September. The only available possibility was to use the North American bus system, the U.S. bus system, which is considered the gold star globally of school buses. And we made a decision also that whatever we were going to implement was a fit-for-purpose system, meaning buses that are specifically designed and manufactured for the safety of school children.
And speaking of that, Minister Vaz, on the matter of safety, the Gleaner reported yesterday as well that the pre-shipment inspection certificates were waived for the buses, with the trade board noting that the motor vehicle, allow me to finish and then I'll allow you to respond as well, that the Motor Vehicle Import Committee granted this under what they described as compelling circumstances. So I wanted to ask if the pre-shipment inspection certificates were waived and the compelling circumstances that led to this.
Absolutely. So I'll get to that. Let me just finish what I was saying. So phase one was what we called an emergency. And the quickest and easiest methodology was to bring them from the United States. The second phase is going to be to complete the rollout of the 600 and odd schools, because this is only 258. And now that we have this 110, we now have all the time to properly scour the globe and look at all the options that may be available that would take time. Either time to manufacture, whatever it is. The bottom line is that we are not sold solely on this methodology, because obviously it has its challenges in terms of the door and left-hand drive, etc. But this was a decision made to be in a position to roll out in September 25, and this was the only option available to meet the timeline. Mm-hmm. So I want to make that clear. So this is not the next phase doesn't have to be an extension of these buses, particular buses. We will now go and do the proper research, meaning spend the time to look through the globe, look at Asia, look at Europe, look at UK, look at all the jurisdictions and see what they do and what are the comparisons in terms of what we have in Jamaica. So that's, I wanted to make that point. The other point that I want to make now is again reminding you my previous position, other than in my current position, which was in the automobile industry. The Department of Transport in the United States sets criteria for all states to follow in relation to the annual and in some cases biannual inspection of all school buses. Mm-hmm. Those are by certified persons, companies in each state that has the recognition of the Department of Transport. All of these buses have 2025 inspection, meaning that they have passed to be able to be fit and proper to run in the United States of America. Therefore, that is a specialized inspection for a specialized vehicle. Secondly, we sent a team up there from the ministry and JUTC engineers, because we have a fleet of hundreds of buses, so they know exactly what to look for. Thirdly, when the buses arrived here, they have to be inspected by the Island Traffic Authority in order for a certificate of fitness to be issued so that they can be registered to drive on the roads. That's 3 inspections. The reason for the waiver of the Trade Board is that Trade Board has appointed a private outfit overseas that does use vehicles. All of the vehicles coming from Japan and those places, they are not sanctioned by the Department of Transport in relation to school buses, and there is a completely inferior inspection as it relates to buses. They inspect used motor vehicles across the board, and we import maybe 1,000, 2,000 a month. So that's what they do. And therefore, it would have been a waste of taxpayers' money, because the report that they would generate would not come to the criteria that is required by the Department of Transport, as they are not certified in relation to school buses. So again, I tick all the boxes. You know why? Because I know my name is the easiest name to call. And therefore, anything that Daryl Vaz does, he does it not only to the best of his ability, but he makes sure that he ticks off all the boxes that are required to make sure that in this case we get value for money. They talk about these buses were decommissioned. Again, another wicked, evil piece of information. All of them have 2025 inspection stickers by the Department of Transport, appointed inspectors in every state that they were bought from. Yes? So that is absolute rubbish. And secondly, they have Cummins diesel engines that have a life of up to 500,000 miles, and a Allison transmission, one of the best transmissions known, and Cummins diesel engines, internationally renowned. The highest mileage on a bus is 170,000 kilometers. The lowest is about 60,000. They are doing 15 to 20,000 miles per year because they travel in the morning and the evening and are not regular buses that are plying the routes 12 to 18 hours a day. Therefore, if you do the math, you will see that these bus engines and transmissions have between 10 and 15 years of life left for the Jamaican people to benefit from. I go further. The average age of the buses is 10 years old. That's the average, 10 to 11 years.
Wilfred.
Heard a whole bunch of things from the hold on one second here. Hold on one second.
You're gonna say something, Mike?
No, when Wilfred come back, I just found out something.
Oh, okay. You can pan your camera down a little bit and reduce some of your headroom.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks.
That's too much now. You
All right.
your head up.
Let me just say that we get calls from all over the place. People upset, even people who are strong supporters of the party, the JLP party, and the Prime Minister. I just got a call. Somebody who's an inner circle member said that it's pure foolishness that Minister Vaz just said. But here's what I do. Let me
I have something to share with you. Wilfred, he's not lying. No, man, I found a picture of the main inspector. Hold on. You see this guy?
Oh, Stevie.
Yeah. Stevie singing as well, but I think he's the main inspector.
All right.
That's the
No.
main inspector. I
No,
think Darrell Vaz need another ministry. He should be Minister of Agriculture, well, because Minister of Agriculture as well. Because that's a lot of manure.
Let me just
Real high grade manure.
no. let me just summarize.
MSCPTA.
Let me summarize for the
ministry?
people. People, if you didn't write down the points, I wrote them down, and I just want to summarize for you because we're gonna play a second video, and then we're gonna show you. We're gonna compare and contrast, and then you be the judge. He first said that El Hydro submitted an unsolicited proposal.
Yes.
Unsolicited, meaning nobody never asked them. Them just give it. How did they know about this school bus thing? And them just turning an unsolicited. We're gonna peruse the Public Procurement Act and show you that these things that he's talking about, they're not permissible under the act. Then he said that El Hydro is the manufacturer, dealer, representative for Thomas and Blackbird, the buses. We can pull that up on Google and we can ask Blackbird. And I did up to last night. I asked Blackbird, do you have a representative in the Caribbean? And them say, no.
Bluebird.
Bluebird, yeah, not Blackbird, Bluebird, yeah, Bluebird. Yeah. They don't have a representative. So when the minister tell you that El Hydro is the dealer representative, we have no evidence of that. He must come and bring the proof to us. He said that here's a key. Here's a key. And remember when we started the program, I showed you the cabinet, and I said they're all complicit because he said the document provided by El Hydro was reviewed and sent to the PPC, which is a Public Procurement Commission, which is a board that they have to go through to get approval. And then he said it went to the cabinet, and the cabinet approved it. So the whole of them complicit in this people. It's not just Mr. Vaz. Mr. Vaz spearheaded the initiative, but they are the cabinet was in agreement. That's what he said. Then he said that he has documentation and they will be released. You know what, Kevin? I can't help this one out. I cannot help this one out. People are going to show us something when them talk about Kevin. Bring up the trade board. My request, my ATI. I wasn't going to do this, people, but I have to. I feel compelled to, because he said that he has documentation and documentation will be released. Beg your pardon?
You can't help yourself.
I can't help myself with this. I wasn't going to do this, but this one rubbed me the wrong way, and not only that, it's recent. This one came to my attention yesterday. So we're going to show you something now, people, that yeah, that's one. That's it. That's one. Hold on a second. Hold on. No, we don't want this one. Hold on. No, we don't want it.
You want the email itself?
Yeah, and yeah, we need the email, and this is just one of them. There, that's one, and then there's another one before that. Okay, thank you very much, sir. All right. Now, people, I'm gonna show you how them get themselves in a trouble. When I heard about this bus thing, I wrote immediately. I did an ATI, you know me stay up till 2-3 in the morning and things just are swirling on my head. So I sent them this document here.
You need to show it first.
Yeah, I'm gonna push it up right now. I sent them this document. Here we go. Right? I sent them this document and I asked them because I saw where Mr. Danville Walker was when he said the thing about the 110 new buses. He said that he was responding to a correspondence sent to him by Minister Darrell Vaz. So we ask all the questions right here. We ask about we ask all the questions, right? So here's what happened when we ask the question. And we send it to a whole bunch of people. See right here to the info, we send it to a whole bunch of people. So then Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce, they got information. And what did they do? Under the law, they're supposed to send it to the right place. So they said, and if you look at my thing, you see it's dated right there, July, I'm going to see it right there, so sent July 17 at 6:27 in the evening. Right, that one there wasn't early morning. But then here's what happened. I got this. Here it is now, Friday the 20th. Remember, I sent mine the 17th. On the 25th now, I got a response from Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce. And they said, Mr. Rattigan, we received your request and we're transferring it. See it right here as a formal transfer. and they transferred it to the trade board. There it is right there. They sent it to this gentleman right here, Dr. Major Hugh Blake. All right. And they said, dear Major Hugh Blake, and you see the reference line, transfer of request made under the access to information regarding 110 new buses. So they sent it to him, right? And there you go. Now, let's go to the second one now, Kevin. Is it this one?
No, right beside it. Right beside it. Right beside it.
Oh, this one right there?
Yep.
But there's another one that I just saw a while ago. There's another one I saw.
Yeah, that's further down to the right.
This one. All right. Remember now, send it on the 17th. The ministry sent it, Ministry of Industry, here it is right here, that they're saying they're transferring it. And they send it to him. They send it to the gentleman right there. And you see, I don't know, oh, you can probably can't see.
Go ahead,
right
I made that bigger.
Okay,
yeah.
There it is. See, this is the official transfer. They said, please receive the attached access to information. It was received by us on July 17 from Mr. Rattigan, and we're transferring it to you. And then CC me. So this was transferred on the 22nd. Remember, it went to them on the 17th. Follow me, people. Stay with me. Stay with me. Here it is. July 17th, I sent it to them. On the 22nd, they sent it over to this gentleman right here, right? Now, yesterday I got a response. And here's the response I got yesterday. Here's the response. Response August 14th, right? Day before. I got it yesterday, but they actually drafted it on the 14th. Look at this. It says, I hope this message finds you well. I am writing to formally acknowledge receipt of your access to information request, which was initially received by the Jamaica Trade Board on the 25th of July, right there. However, due to I'm have to say this, let me big it up. Sit down. Right here, so. Right here, so. It says, however, due to an inadvertent omission, we did not receive the questions until the 13th of August. Now, people, they attach it and send it as an attachment, you know. Attach it and send it to him. And hear what him say. Omission, we never received the questions until the 13th. How is that possible? The questions attached to the transfer. The questions attached.
Even before that, Will, even before that, it says it was initially, the initial request was received by the trade board on July 25th. It was not. It was received on the 18th. The 17th, correct. They responded to you on the 25th.
Right, and they transferred it.
Which was the day they transferred it to him.
Now look at this, people. Look at this, people. This is the killer right here. Look what it says, right? It says, please be assured that we are actively preparing our response, right? Please be assured we are actively preparing our response. Given the delay in receiving the full scope of the request, it would not have been feasible to meet the statutory deadline, which is 30 days, based on the original submission date of July 17, 2025. Look at the last paragraph. Nonetheless,
last sentence.
Sorry, now get tired of myself. Nonetheless, we remain committed to providing a comprehensive reply no later than 12th of September 2025. Election at the 3rd of September.
Oh no, how unfortunate. How did that
happen? Dr. Major Hugh Blake, JP, Trade Administrator and CEO, we are calling you out, sir, because you received this thing and I don't understand how you can inadvertently omit, or how is it possible for an inadvertent omission with questions that came in attached to the thing? I don't understand that. And it was what I'm saying? 21 days. They couldn't find the questions. About 21 days, they couldn't find the questions, and they just found the questions.
How them find it?
Boy.
That's a good question. I should have sent an ATI and ask him how you find my questions, right?
So Wilfred, you have big head bud to man. You hatch from egg.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. So
this is a real man.
So here's what happened now, folks. So we reached that part. So he said, the government decided not to go into the new school year without the school program, without the school bus program. And he said they had rejected his plan because it would cost between 8 and 10 million. Another point he made was that the JCF stats regarding the death of children. Then he mentioned, he said they were using the North American bus system, the American bus system, because it is a gold standard globally for school buses. Is that so? Then he says we're going to implement a fit for purpose system, and they are using buses designed and manufactured for safety of children. Then he mentioned something that we have to go back to the Public Procurement Act about. It said there were compelling circumstances, and that those compelling circumstances, they use those to waive the pre-shipment inspection certificates. He also mentioned phase 1, they're gonna get 258. They're gonna cover 258 schools. Phase 2, they're gonna try and scour the globe to find out if they have better buses. Right, because what he's saying, it's an emergency and we didn't have time to scour the globe, so we just went to the American bus system. Is that so? We're gonna prove to you that it's not so. Then he said, let me just skip through a couple. Oh, specialized inspection. The doc talked about that, and he said that there are three inspections: specialized inspection in the United States, based on the 2025 stickers. Then he said the ministry and the JUTC engineers, they inspected the buses in the United States. And then when the buses came to Jamaica, they were inspected by under the island traffic authorities, by island traffic authorities for certificate of fitness. Then he said the trade board appointed a private outfit overseas that does used vehicles. And it's not the same for used school buses. So you see what he's saying now? He's saying that the ministry brought the buses, but then he's saying, no. He said then it was Hydro, and then the trade board appointed somebody overseas. So who is it? Is it Hydro? Is it the government? Or is it a private outfit overseas? Which one? Which one? You need to come and tell us, Mr. Minister, what is going on. Then he said he ticked all the boxes. He does everything to the best of his ability, and that Jamaica got value for money.
Boy.
And he said the buses were, listen to this, the buses were not decommissioned because they have 2025 inspection stickers by the Department of Transportation in the US. And then he said the buses, the average mileage on these buses, 170,000 kilometers, right? And that's the high, and the low is 60 kilometers. I checked it out. 170,000 kilometers is 105,633 miles. I am willing to bet you that there are buses with more than 105,000 miles when they came to Jamaica. And he said there are some with 37. I want to see them. I'm not saying they don't exist. I want to see them. So now
that was a model unit. That was a model unit that was initially
the model one that he showed. Now, before we go to the second one and then we'll put up the thing, I want to hear from you and Doc Kevin. What do you think so far? Want to hear?
I know Mike have something to say now, but as it relates to you asking for him to come and answer your question, I'll have your girl answer.
That won't be happening. That will not happen. That will never happen.
All right, I want to ask you something. All right, you see all these extenuating circumstances, right? In November 2017, then Minister of Education, Royal Reid, announced that we're going to have this rural transport system for kids.
August 2017. August.
Yeah, it was August. Yeah. So we're following it up. Late 2017, Royal Reid said that.
Yes.
He said he's going to liaise with then Minister of Transport, Mike Henry. And they will hope to start it in January 2017. In 2018, so nothing happened in 2017. In 2018, Royal Reid again said $200 million was earmarked for the project. $200 million. I think it could have been $204 million. $200 million in 2018. So why is it in 2025 all of a sudden it's an emergency? What were they doing all these years?
Easy in the dark. Easy in the dark.
And the Prime Minister said recently on the news, we've been working on this for 9 years.
Easy in the dark.
So how? And El Hydra said in their letter that it was a proposal unsolicited, and they sent it to them sometime back. So why is it I don't get it. 9 years. The Prime Minister said they're working on this for 9 years. Why is it an emergency now? They think we're stupid. I don't like people take me for idiot. And if you can buy 270 new right-hand drive JUTC buses, why are you buying 110 old left-hand drive buses for children? Children who are more vulnerable. Why would you do that?
You know what, Doc? Why don't we let the Prime Minister speak for himself, man, instead of speaking for him?
Yeah, we can't make Mike come back, because I'm using logic to this thing, and that's not allowed.
That's wrong.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
Is standing firm in support of the government's national school bus system. This is despite mounting criticism from the opposition People's National Party. The school bus program initiative, which has already launched pilot runs in select parishes, aims to provide dedicated, reliable school buses to thousands of students island-wide. But the opposition People's National Party (PNP) isn't buying it, labeling the program inefficient, poorly planned, and likely to drain critical resources. Despite the criticism, Dr. Holness is pushing back, insisting that relying on public passenger vehicles to meet school strict schedules is unrealistic and unfair.
But you see, people who have never had to take the public school bus, or rather the public transportation system to go to school, wouldn't understand. Wouldn't understand it. I had to take the bus and taxi to school. And when I couldn't, I walked to school.
Dr. Holness said it's unrealistic to expect public passenger vehicles to operate on school schedules. He says that Jamaica needs a dedicated system built for the safety and needs of its students.
And every Jamaican should support this. Almost every modern country, every democracy, that's what they do. They understand the challenges that children would face if they have to compete in public transportation. So they have a parallel but separate transportation system that is more attuned to schools and the maintenance of discipline.
Seeking to calm skeptics, the Prime Minister promised that the expansion will be done in what he called a democratic way.
Listen to this, Doc. Listen to this. Listen to this carefully.
We're
not going to force it on anyone. If people say they don't want it, it doesn't make sense. Give it to somebody else who wants it. So it's a collaborative system. So we have spent the last 9 years working it out. So whatever we deliver, we're not delivering.
We have spent the last 9 years working it out. And as Doc says, so why is it an emergency now? 9 school years went by, but it's an emergency now. Well, guess what? What's happening now? An election, people. An election is taking place now.
They use the wrong word.
You want to hear something funny? I'm a fool. So I'm concerned about. So again, I'd be a hypocrite to not accept this and accept what the PNP was saying about the taxi stuff. I don't like the taxi stuff. Let's get that out of the way. So I'm concerned about road safety. So I contacted somebody at the Road Safety Council, and I said, "Listen, man, this is real. I have concerns about this. Not that you must make a rare and cost the program, but I'm just saying I have concerns about this. I think you people need to put out a statement, at least saying we are watching this, we are concerned." And he said he'll talk to the chairman. You know what the chairman of the Road Safety Council is? The Prime Minister.
Prime Minister, yeah. I found that out. Yeah.
So much for that one. I was like, all right, okay, well, so much for that. It's funny, but it's not funny, you know.
When you use Microsoft, when you use Microsoft Excel, that is called a circular reference.
Noted, sir. What bothers me? All right, you know what bothers me about my country? This is what bothers me. Okay. There are genuine safety concerns. And these organizations, I hardly hear any organization come out and make a statement about this because people are afraid. They don't want to be political. They don't want to be labeled. But it's when it comes to children, for me, man, I watch no face when it comes to kids. We should never compromise when it comes to kids. It's like, all right, let me give an example. If research has shown that the left-hand drive buses have a greater risk of being an accident, it's like, let's say your child is not well, and the doctor says your child has pneumonia, and we have 2 drugs we can give your child. The 2 of them have a little increased risk of the child may get seizures, but this drug is a greater risk of seizures with drug B compared with drug A. Which drug would you choose for your child?
Well,
the safer drug.
Yeah,
with the lower risk. So
lower risk.
why are we choosing the vehicles with a higher risk? That's what bothers me. That's what it comes down to with me. There's evidence that the risk is higher. So he's talking. You realize how much Mr. Vaz was talking? You realize when you try to defend something that is inoffensive, you chat really.
Yeah. And that's when they get in more trouble. And that's when they get in more trouble when you talk a whole heap with something that's indefensible.
Because we're listening to the 3 different levels of inspection. So when you talk about these levels of inspection, and on day 1, you say one come back and say, I have to change all the tire them and all the bus them. It's like, dude, something to add up. Because can you imagine you take your car to the depot, your certificate of fitness is up. They certify your vehicle. And by next week, you have to change all the tires on your vehicle. Does that make any sense to you?
Mm-mm.
So I'm saying there are glaring inconsistencies. But you're in the States. In Jamaica, when you talk about this, you're bad mind.
Right.
I've seen people on social media, a lady said she was passing a bus by Mona Prep. It broke down. And the tire appears to have been detached from the rim. And them call her dregs, them call her all kind of things. You can't say nothing. And that is what bothers me. We should be able to have some kind of discourse about inconsistencies. The other day I was talking about some inconsistency with the Prime Minister. Somebody told me if I go suck my mother. I said, well, to be honest, I did for several years because I was breastfed. So I'm good. I did that. Yeah, man, I did. Maybe they didn't. That's why I'm fool, because when you breastfeed, your brain develop on a different level. But you're not allowed to have an opinion or to express concern. And there are so many inconsistencies with this bus thing. There are inconsistencies with the procurement process. There are inconsistencies with the amount of money they say they spend. There are inconsistencies with this emergency situation. Inconsistencies are concerned with safety. The inconsistencies with the narrative that you must not politicize the buses, when they have been seeing politicize the buses to the point where you ask the children on the buses shouting out, show or vote for Labour. And then this bullying, this bad man bullying thing. It's like taboo to speak publicly about concerns regarding the buses. And when I talk to you, gentlemen, Wilfred, and you talk about these things, the inconsistencies are glaring to anyone who has half a brain cell. There are inconsistencies.
Let me show you. Let me play something. I don't know if this is one of the reasons. I think this is, listen to Mr. Vaz, and then you think about why he's doing the things he's doing and thinks that he can get away with it.
Let's go back in history. The JLP, we have only paid, or in the process of paying, for the first 20 of 110. And what they are doing is dividing the 26 buses into the 1.4.
Listen to this section now, Doc. Listen to this section now.
$4 billion because they are dunce, they are dark, and they are stupid.
We're dunce, we're dark, and we're stupid.
He said, all right, which people are dark, dumb, dark, and stupid? The people who question him?
People who question you said that the people who question the amount of money and divided the number of buses into the amount of money, and them come out with the wrong answer. Yeah, but in full of crap. Listen to this, Doc. Bear with me. We have the second piece I have to play, and then we're going to a deep discussion because we'll show them something. Here we go.
Us now, Minister Vaz, that $1.4 billion, it has become a talking point in debates with some people arguing that the buses will cost $1.4 billion. Can you clarify what the $1.4 billion covers?
Again, I've done it about 5 times, and I'm going to do it again for you. And if I have to do it 50 times, I'm going to do it. And if I have to go on a program for the next 3 months 24/7, 365, I'll do it because guess what? It's important. The $1.4 billion is the same $1.4 billion that the PNP is proposing to spend to give 20,000 families $2,500 a week paid to the taxi man or the whoever man, I don't know. This situation is different. We are buying assets, 110 buses. We have to pay inland freight to get them to the locations, most of them Miami or New York, which is quite an expensive feat. We have to pay sea freight to get them to Jamaica. That also is expensive based on the size and the dimensions of the buses. Then we have to pay duty, albeit concessionary duty for government. Then we are buying 1 year worth of spare parts. Then we are putting in place a service contract for 3 years that is to the specifications that are being carried out by the Department of Transport in the United States of America. So we're not changing that. That also is quite expensive. We are putting in a cashless system in every bus. We are putting in the technology, which consists of several varying different pieces of technology in order for the parents to be able to track their children, the schools, and of course for the government to be able to monitor the bus, geofence it so we know where the bus is and if the bus comes off the route. So again, it is disingenuous to say that it is $1.4 billion for the buses and you could buy 100 poster bus. I'm going to make a statement here. Regardless of what the cost is, if it saves one child's life come September morning from either death or injury, I will stand up and defend the program and the implementation of the program to its fullest, because government has one responsibility. This should have been done decades ago, but that is water under the bridge. Made a commitment in 2023 when I became transport minister that I was going to do this. The government has mandated me to do it. The government has supported me to do it in finding the funds. And as I said before, we had to do this in a short timeline. And therefore, we had to make certain decisions that we had to make based on the fact that we had made a commitment that we are rolling it out in September.
Let me just stop it right here. We'll get back to this, maybe not today, but another thing. Let me just put this up on and show you guys something here.
9 year short timelines.
Hold on there. Share screen. Kevin, my try. Okay, hold on. All right, here we go. All right. I don't see this one come up, Kevin.
Which one?
Oh, no, here it is. All right, I just want to point this quickly to the folks out there. We did a program, and this is complimentary. We did a program on the bus situation about 2 weeks ago. And I'm proud to say that we were contacted by ChatGPT, and they said that they're using that program. Here we are, right there. That program. They said they're using this program now as resource material. So if you go into ChatGPT and you want to find out about the school bus, this program is going to come up. And we're hoping that today's program will be the same thing. Here it is right here. It says this program investigates an emerging scandal at JUTC from 2017, exploring alleged mismanagement and internal wrongdoing. It provides a startup context for some of the corruption issues that have affected the company over the years. This more recent piece. Yeah, this is the one. This more recent piece critically examines invoicing records connected with JUTC and related operational decisions, offering insight into potential anomalies and irregular procurement practices. That this one here. This is it, right? So let me remove that. And now that we've heard this nonsense, Kevin, let me put up find the thing from the chart from producer Jonah. Let me just let everybody look.
The comparison.
Yeah. Yeah. Folks, what happened? I won't play the other one. I won't play, but if I'm challenged, I will play it. And it's the minister talking. Let me just put up what he said. That's it. Go back one. No, I think this might be it. Is that it? This.
It is titled as such.
Oh, here it is.
Yeah.
Here. All right, folks. Here we go. Now, on two separate occasions, Minister Vaz talked about the 1.4 billion, how it's going to be spent. And we listened to the two interviews and we made comparisons. In both interviews, he said that 1.4 is to pay for 110 buses. So on the left, when he made that interview, we don't have the dates there, but we have the dates. We don't have the dates up, but we have the dates. 110 buses, 110 buses. Then he said you have to pay for inland freight, both times. Then he said sea freight. Let me say something about inland freight. He said that most of the buses coming from New York and Miami. If the buses are coming from Miami, if the buses are from the Miami area, you don't pay a lot of money for get it to the port of Miami. If they're from Dade and Broward, you don't pay a lot of money and a lot of school buses operate in those two counties. You wouldn't have to pay a lot of money. It's like less than $10 to get the bus to the port. So, but that's fine. Then he said you have to pay duty. So look, if you look carefully, folks, he said the first four things, he's consistent in both interviews. Look at that now. This is where we start. Goes haywire. He said one time we're going to get a 3-year service contract. Then another time he said we're going to get a 1-year maintenance contract.
Wow.
Then he says tracking technology is good. Then he said he's going to get a 1-year spare parts contract. Then if you notice on the right side, he didn't mention anything about a 1-year spare parts. He says we're going to retrofit. Then go down. We're going to have a cashless system. Then on the other side, he said we're going to refurbish. So here's the average cost of a bus. 3,500, and the average cost of shipping is 5,000. The average cost of technology to put in the bus, the GPS, the internet, on that, about 1,500, right? The duty is 30%. Now, if you add all of those things, you don't get to $80,000. Nowhere near $80,000. And then and by the way, why would you buy buses that you need to refurbish? Makes no sense. No sense. Retrofitting is a door. Why didn't you have them retrofitted here in America where it would be cheaper? It would be much cheaper to do it here. You take your 30 buses or whatever and go down to the fabricator and say, listen, move the doors from the left to the right or the right to the left, whatever. And then build another opening right here. Why you bring it to Jamaica? Why never get everything done here? Since you say you inspected the buses, why never get everything done here? So here's what we looked at for the buses. We looked at, these are the issues we looked at: due diligence, procurement, value, safety, health, maintenance, profitability, taxes, and fees. The last one, taxes and fees, is important because in America, and he said America, the gold standard, in America, you don't pay to ride the public school bus. You don't, because you know why? Them use your taxes to support that. And in Jamaica, they're charging you 100, even though the Prime Minister said it's 0. Now I heard that they're moving on, so the children will ride for free for two months. And then they're going to have to pay. Kevin, I want you to do me a quick favor before I bring him back, Doc. I want you to just find me I think you showed it to me a while ago, the Public Procurement Act. Since him say El Hydro, they and I want you to find me the one for 2017, not the 2025 amendment. Keep going.
You had both of them together, right?
Yeah, I think both of them. No, I think they're apart. I think so.
You sent them both together.
Oh, yeah, there it is. That's the one. Yeah, that's the one. No.
Did you just close it?
No, I don't know what happened.
Hold on.
Yeah, bring it back for me. Folks, I'm going to walk you through this thing. Won't take me long, but I'm going to show you that what the minister said happened with the public procurement. We're going to look at it now from procurement. We have about 10 categories, but we're not going to do them. We're going to do the public procurement. We're bringing in Doc. We'll talk a little bit more. And then, people, I'm going to show you what happened with a bus that I'm affiliated with. And then we're going to talk about the Prime Minister now and his gold spoons. Because him say him not born with no gold spoon in his mouth, and we're going to show him have one big hell of a gold spoon. One big, all of them melt down and make one big gold spoon, and we're going to show you exactly what happened. You get it, Ted?
Yeah, man, it's right here. But I'll just.
Oh, this is it right here.
That you close.
All right.
It's beside it.
Oh, let me just move it over. Put it up on the screen, yeah. Oh no. That is that one. This one here is the amended version. I don't want the amended. I want the 2015. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Let me put it up. All right, folks. Sit back and take some notes now. All right. Sit back and take some notes. We'll get down into this thing now. Remember now, the minister said that El Hydro provided an unsolicited proposal. That's what he said. All right. Let's go down into this now. Let's go to page 4. All right. Page 7. Procuring entity. It means a ministry. It's right here. And for some people, we have broke this down so that everybody can understand. Procuring entity just means the person who will buy the thing. The government entity will buy it. And it can be a ministry, department, executive agency, blah, 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 blah. So we could go now to page 9. Now, here's what happened now. There's something called a single source procurement. And that means you are the only person that them going to buy, the government going to buy it from. But you see where it says right here? It says are approved, because we know that El Hydro was not approved in the business of used vehicles. We know that. So let me get my green line here. So we know this is who El Hydro is, right? Now, here's how you must do it. You must do it pursuant to an invitation. There was no invitation. Remember what he said? It was an unsolicited.
Unsolicited, yeah.
Yeah, he said unsolicited, meaning them never asked for it. Them just come and give to them. Single source procurement cannot be like that. It must be pursuant to an invitation. They must reach out to you and said, hey, we want you to put a bid in, right? So we could go to page 10 now. All right. Says the minister can do a whole bunch of things. Could go to 11. Here is it. The object of the Public Procurement Act is to ensure that the public gets value for money. See there? See there? Obtain value for money in public procurement. Did we get value for money? Look, we go to page 11.
The question is, who got the value?
Money.
And who got the money?
Right. See this now? This said, the same acting on the purpose of the act. It said it must be to promote integrity and engender public confidence in the public procurement process. Do we as a public, do we have confidence in the way this procurement was conducted? Was there integrity there? And here's another one that must promote competition among suppliers and approved unregistered suppliers. There's no competition because they gave it to whoever they wanted to give it to, and that was El Hydro. Now, here we go. This is page 6. I'm going to skip that and go to 14. Could go to page 14. When I stay up at night time, I read enough people. I do it for myself and I do it for the whole of we, you know. Now, here is, you hear the minister mention PPC, the public, that's it right there, number 9. It says, there is hereby established for the purpose of this a body to be called the Public Procurement Commission. This commission now, you have to submit purchases of a certain amount. You have to submit the purchases to them, and then they have to approve or disapprove of it, right? And here is their objective. Look at that. Ensure prudence in the use of public funds. That means you ensure wisdom. It means you ensure some thought how you spend public money because on a field. And look at C, ensure transparency, fairness, and equity in the awarding of procurement contracts. And then they, B, approve or endorse the award. So that's a PPC that him same got to. All right. Like we keep walking. And one of the things that you must do, they must keep records of all decisions. So all of you out there, my ATI people, we can ask them for records of the decisions regarding this thing here. And we will. I'm sure we will. Now, make we go to page 16. All right, here we go. Now we are talking about Hell Hydro now. This no more talk about Hell Hydro. Right. It says a person, firm or entity shall not present bids or otherwise participate in public procurement unless that person or firm or entity is registered as a supplier. Now we know Hell Hydro was not registered as a supplier. Hell Hydro is a company involved in chemicals. We know that. And you hear the minister said that Hell Hydro was a distributor for Bluebird. We found out that that's not true. When we went to their site and we asked them, do you have a distributor, supplier in the Caribbean, including Jamaica? They said no. Wow. So you must be registered as a supplier, or you must be this, an approved unregistered supplier like Hell Hydro. So Hell Hydro, because they're not in the business of bringing in used vehicles, because they can only bring in, they're authorized to bring in 3 vehicles over the course of 3 years. 3 vehicles over the course of 3 years. They can bring 3 in year 1. They can't bring any in year 2, year 3. They can spread them out. But yet still they were allowed to bring in 110. Now you must be approved unregistered supplier under section 18, right? So when you say section 18, what we do? We go straight to section 18. That's simple. That's elementary. All right. Here we go. Here's section 18. It says 2. Well, let's go to 1. It says this section applies only in relation to procurement in respect of a category of goods, works, and service for which there is no classification criteria prescribed by the commission. You know what that means, people? That means that if there is no classification at all, if them don't have a classification for a particular product, then the unregistered person, anybody can bring in. But if you have a classification, then this not apply to unregistered, and the classification is used automobiles or used motor vehicles. That's the classification they have. So Hell Hydro should not be involved in this, right? No. Look at this other one here. It says a procuring entity, that is the government, the ministry, right? If you want to deal with somebody who's not a supplier, you must apply to the commission. The commission we just talk about, the PPC, in writing. You must apply, see it right as up, section 2. You must apply, if the person is not a supplier, you must apply in writing, and you must get written approval. You must get written approval. So, make a run down to section 18. We soon finish, people. Soon finish. Because there's something I want to show you. And I know Minister Vaz is not going to be happy with me. Not going to be happy with me. Let's go to section 19. No. Section 19 has to do with the ministry buying stuff, right?
You make it sound like I'm happy with you now.
No, here's what happened. Here's what happened. No, Minister Vaz, we're coming at you now with the ATIs now, because look at 20. It says the head of every procuring entity, the head minister, shall have overall responsibility for the conduct of all of the processes involved with the procurement. And if you remember, he said, I am responsible for this. I dot every T. I crossed every T and I dot every I. I made sure, because my name is Vaz. And when my name Vaz, I'm a lightning rod. People going to come at me. So I make sure everything is done properly. Was everything done properly, Minister Vaz? No, Minister Vaz, who want to know, did you have an annual procurement plan? Do you have one? And did you establish a specialist procurement unit? Guess what, people? The person who's responsible for procuring stuff for Mr. Vaz's ministry, that job went up right in the middle of this storm. That job was advertised. The man gone. So We don't know what's going on there. But let's go to 2021. Let's go to 22. Let's skip all of this. Them have to have all of the records so that we can review them. There's something here I want to show you people. And then
But you just passed 22.
Oh, I just did? Okay.
Yeah, man.
Hold on. Okay, yeah. And here's what they should be doing. The committee that he's gonna set up. Because remember, no, it's not him, It's not him, it's the committee. But yet still, he's the one out there doing this, doing that, and we're going to hold him to account and say, Minister, under the Public Procurement Act, you are not the person responsible for doing that. It is the gentleman whose job you just advertised. He's the man who's supposed to do that. So we don't know if him and the man have a problem, or the guy, them ask the guy to do something and the man say, well, watch, I'm not going to do it. I prefer leave than face the judgment. We don't know. But all we know is this, that the job has been advertised, and it was advertised about 2 weeks ago. Right in the middle of this, it was advertised. Now, let me go down a little bit more, Kevin. Little bit more. All right. All right. You know what it's now? Generally speaking, people, you have to have open bidding. Here it says, if you're going to use another type of bidding except open bidding, you have to state the reasons why you're doing it. Because you're supposed to have open bidding. It requires transparency. It engenders confidence in the system. It also engenders competition, so everybody can get a chance, right, to get that contract. If you're not going to do open bidding, then you have to explain why. Section here. Okay. Now, pay attention, students. Pay attention. This says that if you're going to, you can do restricted bidding, right? But restricted bidding is this, where you have 3 bidders. See it right there? Bid should be invited from a minimum of 3 bidders so as to ensure effective competition. Now, we know that it wasn't open bidding. We know that it wasn't restricted bidding. Here is what it was. Single source. But them take it and them just give it to one person. And them say, in order for you to do single source, you must have one of them things here. Let's look at the things that you must have. One is that you must be the person that has exclusive rights to provide the service, to services or goods or the works. Now we know that El Hydro, that name does not appear as on any record that we have seen as a supplier of Bluebird buses or Thomas buses. We don't see that. We don't see that. And I'm sure my friends out there in Jamaica who are used car dealers, new car dealers, they know I'm speaking the truth. They know that. Here's the second one. You must be doing it in terms of standardization and all that stuff. B doesn't apply. C doesn't apply. C has to do with national security or defense. Here's the one that Mr. Vaz has used. The situation is one of emergency. There it is right there. Our extreme urgency, and the engaging in any other method of procurement would be impractical because of the time involved in using any such other method. And it says that you cannot do single source procurement without Minister Vaz approving it in writing. We want to see that writing. And the other thing is that, how did he end up with this emergency after the Prime Minister said, we've been working on this for 9 years, and we can go all the way back to 2011 and say they've been working on this rural school bus program since 2011, all the way up to now. So what, and this government took over February 2016. What is the emergency? What caused this procurement? What?
They use the wrong E word. You know. Yeah.
And look here now. And look here. It says, where you engage in single source procurement, you must invite a proposal from that person. You remember now what the minister said? The minister said it was
Unsolicited.
Hydro who provided the unsolicited thing. The law says where you engage in it, you must invite them to submit a bid. Unsolicited me, we never ask you. You upon your own volition just send it to us. And look at what number 4 must be. It says you must engage in negotiations with this person. Where are those paperwork showing the negotiations? Now, people, if you miss everything I've said, let me just summarize it and say to you, we don't believe that the minister complied with the Public Procurement Act of 2015. We don't believe it. And we believe Jamaica has lost and is going to lose a lot of money on this deal.
Yep.
Here is the key, people. Do not forget this. There's an action called surcharge. There it is. If you contravene provisions of Part 3 that result in a deficiency or loss of public monies, which would not have likely occur, you are guilty. Them can come at you. The financial secretary may surcharge against that person in the amount of the deficiency or loss of public monies. And you have 3 years to do it, financial secretary. We don't want a Grace McLean thing again, where you wait 4 years or 5 years. We're giving you fair notice right now that you can do it. You can do it. Kevin, please give me the FAAA there. Let me show them another law. Remember these people. We are going to show you, say, the money could not have been spent properly. Could not have been spent. Jamaican people, you have been fleeced. You have been bamboozled. We are going to show you, that minister could never pay them, or if he did, he's guilty of negligence.
Wilfred.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to leave you now, but I've been watching.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
All right.
Thanks for having me, gentlemen.
Mike, take care, man.
Man, we talk off the air. We talk off the air.
All right, cool. No problem. All right. Dr. Michael Abrams, everyone. He's given us a lot of time today, and we look forward to seeing him soon.
All right, let me refresh you, Will. In the meantime, people, as I bring Will back on as a quick refresher here, I'm going to encourage you guys to visit the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation website. And in doing so, click on that donate button. If everybody who is on here right now were to donate $2, $5, it would take us, it would end up doing a whole lot of work and taking us a long way. It helps to provide some key services by Will himself, also by, thank you, Will.
All right.
Also for future endeavors as it relates to retrieving some of this information, as it relates to functions in the community, assistance being rendered to our youth. So more activities and engagements like what happened with the rally. So if everybody that is on right now, all 2,217 devices, if everybody within the sound of my voice right now would visit the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation website, click on that donate button, and just do $2. Give as you are so inclined, but because I'm going to ask again next week and the following week, if you want to set a standard order for like a $2 every week, a $5 every week, a $10 every week, please do so. But it's the OJLDF, OJLDF.net. It's simple. OJLDF.net. One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation. OJLDF.net. Thank you.
All right. Folks, all I want the boss. I want to see me in my boss. And I need go back to tell the people themselves to come back, because we know you must say why we never call them and tell them if we want to see the rebel in our boss. The story will come up right now. Now, here is what happened. We have the surcharge. There's a surcharge action under the Public Procurement Act. And what it says is this, that if you can show that a public official use money unwisely, use money that resulted in a loss to the public, then they can go after that person for the surcharge, for the difference. So if the bus should have cost $5 and we find out that Minister Vaz spent $10 when he should have only spent $5, then the government can go after him for the $5. And how the government will go after him is going to take all of us people. It's going to take this movement to say we're not going to stand for this any longer. That's what it's going to take. It's going to take a movement. Now, what I showed you earlier was the Public Procurement Act. Now I'm showing you the same surcharge action now under the Financial, Administrative and Audit Act, a different law. Different law, so you can hold him over Deso or you can hold him over Yaso. Here it is. See that? Come on. Here it is. If it appears, hope you can see it. It says if it appears to the financial secretary, that's the equivalent of the permanent secretary in the Ministry of Finance and Public Service. That's the only ministry where they have a financial secretary. They don't have a permanent secretary. The financial secretary is considered the permanent secretary. It said if it appears to the financial secretary upon a report by the Auditor General will be calling on you. I tried to file a complaint this week, it never got through. I'm calling on you. You have to get involved in this case. Upon a report by the Auditor General that any person who is or was an officer, meaning government official, has A doesn't apply, B doesn't apply, C is where we are. Any officer is or was responsible for any deficiency in or for the loss of destruction of any public money, stamp, security stores, or other government property. And if within a period specified, no explanation, no satisfactory explanation is furnished with regard to such failure to collect improper payment not duly vouched, deficiency, loss or destruction, you may surcharge that person for such improper payment not duly vouched, deficiency, loss, or the value of the property destroyed, blah, 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 blah. You have 3 years. Not 3 years from the date it happened, but 3 years from the date you try to collect. But they need to go and try to collect from him right now. They need to say, look, we'll do an audit, and then we need you to pay the money, and then if you don't pay it, then they go. And then there it is. They can do the surcharge right there. That's it right there. See that? All right. Now, we're going to show you something now. We're going to show you something. We're going to show you some videos. I think it's about that time, Kevin. We're going to show you some videos of, and then after I show you the video, I'm going to explain to you what actually happened. All right. Show me the video. Which part am I, Kevin? Come down.
Which one you starting with?
I want to start with, let me put them up. Let me put up all of them. That's one. Let me put up all of them. I think it's 3, right? It's 3. One of them, leany. All right, here's another one. Yeah. And then there's the one now. Where's the other one? Video file. Where's the third one? Where's the third one?
1, 2.
Yeah, there's one. Oh, here it is. No, that's not it. Here it is. All right.
Yes.
People, here's what happened now with these videos. And I want to big up my 2 brethren them. Make we just call them. I don't want to call out the name. So make we just call them 2 common names. Make we just call them Michael and Patrick. And I know they're watching. Michael and Patrick, we're going to call them. But them 2 are my latest 2 best friends. Them two gentlemen, the 2 gentlemen here.
No, hope you remember. I bet they call them Peter Red and Peter Blue, because
all right, Peter Red and Peter Blue. All right, here we go. No, here's what happened now. When we did this, and we did this past Wednesday, a few days ago. I had heard about a bus, that was purchased from a school district. and that there are many more buses to be purchased. And I said, I have to make a trip and go find out this bus myself. Look at this bus. Mr. Bramham, they call him Bim and Bam. All right. So, so we went out there. I drove out there, and I tell you, when I was driving out there, I said, this place, no, it's desolate. It's not in the city. It's outside city limits, right? Nice place, beautiful place, but it's outside city limits. So I got there, and so we started talking. I saw the bus, started talking, and then I did an interview introducing the bus after I spoke to Bim and Bam, or Peter Red and Peter Blue. And so what you're going to hear now is me talking about the bus after speaking to the gentleman. And you're going to hear a background noise. We don't know how that happened because the bus wasn't on. So kind of just ignore the background noise and just focus attention to what I'm saying. And you can do it. It can be done. All right, here's the first interview. Here's the first video.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm here, parts unknown, standing next to a bus that's typical of what Minister Vaz and the ministry purchased for the children of Jamaica. And this bus didn't cost $80,000 US. This bus didn't cost $5,000 US or $3,000 US. This bus, free. And these buses are available all over the country. We could have gotten them for free, or we could have gotten them for virtually nothing. And we're working on a plan right now where school districts that are getting rid of the old buses, like this one, we are in a position to get them for free. And we're looking to get them to Jamaica, where they can serve as mobile clinics, they can serve as libraries, they can serve as food trucks, they can serve as anything but transportation for the children. And you know why? Because the EPA, Environmental Protection Agency, an agency of the United States government, announced that they were giving away $5 billion to various school districts to get rid of these buses. Why? Because they're a health hazard to the children. Because the diesel fumes are coming inside the vehicle. Fumes are coming inside the vehicle, causing a health hazard to the children, upper respiratory problems, asthma, etc. So I want to give you an idea of this bus. This bus doesn't need refurbishing as the ones that Minister Vaz purchased. This bus is in very good condition. We're going to start it up, and I'm going to give you a little tour in this part of the area, in this part of the country where I am. I'm going to drive it a little bit so you can see it. So stay tuned. More to come.
All right. Sorry for the background noise, but I'm sure if you pay attention, you could make out what I'm saying. No, this second video. No, the second video. I think it was Peter. Was it Peter Red one or Bim?
Peter Red and Peter Blue. Bim
Yeah,
or Bim.
yeah. What happened is that he was moving the thing around, and so you can see me sideways and this ways. But just bear with me because I just want you'll get the point. Forget about the camera position. You'll get the point. Here we go.
Tour of this bus. This bus that doesn't cost anything, and it's been offered to a charitable organization. Come with me. This bus doesn't need any refurbishing, nothing like that. Let's go. As you can see, everything is in tip-top condition. Nothing, you don't have to do anything. We have, I think this one here, this bus here can hold 22 times 40. This can hold about 44 children. Look at it. Excellent condition. Excellent condition. I've got the emergency exit right there. You come through. We have two emergency exits. Oh, we have all these. Yeah, we have emergency exits there as well. Plus we have the emergency door right there. And what we're going to do now, and another one right there. Right now what we're going to do, we're going to start up this bus here. And I'm going to drive this bus here. Make you hear it. Make you understand that we didn't have to pay on the average the allocation is $80,000 US per bus. And this one here It's free. This is not one of the ones that we're buying. So we're going to drive it round and make it say, we're going to start it up. I make you hear the engine. Let me sit down here and we couldn't see what's going on here. So what do you do? We'll just do this here now. You hear it? Hear the engine. That truck is nice. Alright. We're going to reverse and we're going to just do a little spin so we can actually see this thing here work. And I know prop this thing actually will work. I'm going to take it off on a lot. We'll come right at the place where the gentleman will get this bus here free. The drive come out and come check it. And we'll go air conditioner on, right? Yeah. Feel like air conditioner function. But anyway, that's what we have to do. We have to drive this thing around now. We can't turn it off and on, bro.
All right, and here's the third video.
Just pull this up. The brakes. Down. All right. Ready? Folks, listen. That makes too much noise, huh? Which one?
Orange.
That one, yeah? All right. Folks, listen. I haven't been trained, but the gentleman decided that he want to make me just take a short spin. No long drive. But just to give you an idea of how well the bus is performing. And also give you a sense of what it's like to ride inside of this bus as a driver. So just stay with me. We're now getting in an accident because the man the right is next to me. So we're just going to go around the corner and come back in. And we're in an area where it's underpopulated. It's out in the country. So we don't have a whole lot of traffic. So here we go. All right, ready, sir? What, this? Pull up?
Down.
Yeah, ready?
Put it down and hold it.
Like that?
Yeah, hold it down. Yeah, alright, good now. Good.
Ready now?
Yeah.
Yes, here we go, people. Rattigan at the wheel. All right. How many look around us, Papa?
Good.
We're clear?
Yeah.
All right. All right. See that? All right. Yes, people. We don't want to lift on the furniture, outdoor furniture, anything like that. But I want to do a thing. Indicator. Alright. Here we go.
What's that one? Yeah, it's open wide. Open wide. Yeah.
People, that's it. This bus is available not for $80,000 US, but for free. We're looking for somebody in Jamaica who wants a school bus to use either as a mobile clinic, a library, a food truck, whatever. Bus is available, and we're going to get more like this. And we hope that the government will give us the same extend the same courtesies that they extend to Minister Vaz, and they won't charge us to bring these buses into the country because they're for a good and noble purpose. So, when you see me tonight on the program, and you see me again Saturday night on the program, we'll play the video so you can see me drive the bus and we can talk more about it. Thank you very much, sir.
All right, Kevin, give me the receipts then, please. And then we're going to show the people why that Mr. Vaz say, what him say? Bim and bam, big up on yourself, you know. Big up on yourself. Come and know now watch a thing, you know. All right? Big up on yourself. Yeah. No.
Oh. It's
Is it
not there.
somewhere?
Hold on. I'm gonna grab it.
All right.
But
So
you well bossy in the burst.
yeah, no, so no see me go out there and you know, we just want big up Bim and bam. But the man them really, I mean, the man are just true patriots. The man love Jamaica. Love Jamaica to the bone. All right. Where the second one is? Where the second one there? Let me put up the second one.
I got
first.
them decided.
All
That's
right.
what I'm over, so.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Now, here's what happened, people. Here's what happened. I went out there, you know, just to look at the bus, right? Because the Bim and Bam, they sent me a picture of the bus, which I put up a while back, and they sent me a copy of they sent me the title. So I went out there, and a strange thing happened. First, the comments. More big up them people, I know. More big up them two man. I'm gonna tell them something. I'll come check them again this week. The man went into his pocket, and the man said, "Listen, I watch your program, and I support what you're doing." And the man take out a Kyle, and the man said, "Listen, half of this money is for the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation, and the other half is for JABEM because I support the beach movement." These are people. These are salt of the earth people. These are people where them deal with the core issues, and these are people who put them money where them mouth. I didn't expect it, and the man them just said, "See something here." I have to call JABEM immediately and say, "JABEM, why you talk to them man because we're shocked." But there's a bigger shock when I stand up there after I done drive the bus and I talk, and Bim said to me, "You want the title?" And I said to him, "Say, yeah, no, I don't need it. You send it to me already by WhatsApp." Him said, "No, you don't want, you want the original title, man." I said, "No, what you mean?" I said, "No, you send me the title already. I'm gonna put it on the program." Him said, "Hold on a second." I'm going to him house and him come out. The man bring, this is the first document him give me. This document. This document is a title. The man give me the title. See that? If you look on the bus, remember it's 59 on the bus, number 59. I that. We take out some of the things them because we don't want nobody, you know, for personal reasons. We take it out. So see that? We get the title. Man, them give me the title. Right? The man them say, "I hear a boss, you know. I hear a boss this man. Whatever you want to do, I hear a boss." Right? The next document the man them give me. Now if he's about to mature a little bit because I was shocked. The man gave me the bill of sale. The man said, "You're a boss, this, you know. I will want you to take care of it. I will want you send it go Jamaica. I will go and get." Oh, before we did that, they make a phone call to somebody affiliated with the school district, and the person said, "Listen, if I had known that you were interested in these buses, Mr. Rattigan, I could have gotten you 6 or 7 of them last month, July. I could have gotten you 6 or 7 if I had known that you had an interest in these buses." So I said, So after him give me the title, him give me this document, people, and these are the documents we're going to mash up Minister Vaz. This is the document we're going to mash up Minister Vaz. See document, yeah? See that? It says, "To whom it may concern, this school has transferred ownership of bus 59, which is the same thing, you know, on the title, and then give it the 2010, which is the same 2010. In fact, you know what? Now be trying to say no, Kevin. Now be you see, of the 26 buses, you see on the 26 buses on the invoice that's going around. 26 buses. I'll tell you how many of them are 2010s. I'll tell you how many of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 26 buses, 10 of them same year as this vehicle. 10 out of 26. Right? Same year. Look at how much the vehicle was sold for people. See it there. If you can't see it, see it here. The vehicle was sold, see it here, was sold for $1.
Yeah, that's for the people that are on the radio side that can't see it.
the vehicle was sold for $1. The man that tell me said me could have get 7 buses like that for $7.
Yep. Less than $10 give you 7 buses.
The vehicle was sold for $1. Good working condition, no refurbishing needed. None.
You can't even get, you know the joke? You can't even buy a tie in the store of the same name for that price.
No, you cannot. There it is. The vehicle was sold for $1, right? I could have gotten 7 buses, people, for $7. 7 of the buses I just drove. Good working condition. Now, I could do some maths, some arithmetic around here. Bus for $1. To ship it from here to Jamaica is $6,000. To put on, if I had it here, if I had that bus here and I wanted to do all the things I wanted to do, like I could install state-of-the-art GPS, internet, all that. Yeah, Wi-Fi for $1,500. $1,500. I could have gotten the retrofitting, change the door, all of that stuff for less than $1,000. But I could say $1,000. Right? That's $2,500. Then you ship it to $6,000. That's $8,500. Then the government going to charge you 30%. Right? Make us say, make us just nice it up. Eh?
Another 2,500.
Make us say 2,500. So how much that we got, Kevin? How what?
That's 10.5.
That's no, not 10.5. That man 65 and 60. Remember, 6, 75 and 25. 75 and 25. That are 10,000.
Yeah, $10,000.
Yeah, $10,001. For $10,001, this bus reach at Jamaica and ready to come off and fully retrofitted and GPS, internet, Wi-Fi, the whole thing, and mirrors. 2 mirrors were work though. Mirrors them work, right? So with that, think about it. So if the vehicles that if you divide 1.4 billion by 110, you come out to almost, depending on the exchange rate, almost $80,000 US. What I just give you, to get it to Jamaica and get it on the road in Jamaica, is about $10,000. No, I could say we double it up. I could say we just give my nigga $10,000 for tires or what to buy spare parts. People don't realize it's $60,000 no account for. So here's what happened now, Minister Vaz. I am challenging you, me, Wilfred Rattigan, challenging you. Come up with your documents. I show you my documents. You come up with your documents to show me how much you pay for these vehicles. Because we don't believe you spend a ton of money on those vehicles, to purchase those vehicles. And you know why? You know why people are going to show you the document. You know why? Minister Vaz came out and he made a disingenuous statement. He made a statement saying that we got these vehicles because the U.S. government gave $5 billion grant to the states so that they could just refresh their fleet. Just get rid of the older buses. He never tell you why. And we're going to show you why. Reason is because these buses are a health hazard for young children. Upper respiratory problems. upper respiratory problem. Also a problem for the environment. And remember, our Prime Minister is a poster child for the environment of the Caribbean. And you talk about them do away with plastic and them do this and them clean up the environment. And the US government said these are a problem for the environment and they're a problem for young children. So I put it to you, as my friend, one of my dear friends at the Vote Labor Rights said to me, he said, Rattigan, I ask you the $1 million question and you give me the answer. Are these buses safe for our children? No, we're not talking about safety like how Dr. Abrams talked about it. Okay? He talked about a different type of safety. He talked about the safety of the left-hand vehicle, right? Being driven in a country where you drive left. No, I'm talking
road safety.
Road safety is talking about. I'm talking about health now, where they said that these buses are a problem for children. So let me ask you a question. If they're a problem for American children, you don't think they're going to be a problem for Jamaican children? Them say,
man.
Sitting on the bus for 5 days.
We have filters.
Huh?
We have built-in filters in our lungs.
People, we're going to show you what the American government said about these buses, and that's why they were giving them away. That's Richard Jabem is the Jamaica Beach something. That's the group that's fighting for access to beaches. But
beach and environmental rights.
Yeah. But getting back to this, Minister Vaz mentioned the $5 billion grant, so he knew or he should have known that the buses were being given away because they want to get rid of them. They wanted to get rid of them. So the question then is, Mr. Vaz, first thing is, forget about the price and all of this stuff. Just on a health level, why did you think that these buses are not good for American children, but they would be good for Jamaican children? Why? Why? And Mr. Vaz, it's not just you. People want to remember the government, not the cabinet people, because they all approved it. Everything, they all approved. It says the cabinet, he said it. He said the cabinet approved it. Mr. Vaz said it. Those are his words. He said he took it to the Public Procurement Commission, even them involved though, and they approved it. And then he took it to the cabinet, and the cabinet approved it. At the very least, Auditor General, you have to start an investigation. You have to do an audit and let them pay back bring a surcharge action or recommend a surcharge action to the financial secretary and have the financial secretary liaise with whomever she needs to liaise with and bring an action for the surcharge. Make them pay back the money. Make them show your receipts where them buy them buses, you know. And if them buy a bus for $1, you know, everything else them have to pay back.
Indeed.
Everything else them have to pay back. And here is what I'm going to do. Look, Kevin, show me the thing, my brother. The EPA stuff and things. Let me show them, because I have an announcement to make here. I have an announcement to make.
Wait, so why my mouse now work on your computer?
Oh, and Joel Vaz said children in America are still driving in them. That's true. They're phasing them out. They're phasing them out, Joel Vaz. And the thing is why you still find some children riding on them is because the $5 billion, it finished. It finished. Some people get money, some people didn't get money. And what they're doing now, what they're doing now is that, remember now, you know, is a tax supported system, you know. So the taxpayers, if you live in that neighborhood and you pay taxes, then your children, if they're going to public schools, they ride for free. But in Jamaica, they're going to have to pay, even though they don't pay taxes already, they're going to have to pay again. But that's why you still see some of them have the buses there. But I'm going to show you something. I'm going to show you something that you should be mindful of, that people they're still riding. Another thing that they've done is, with some of the buses, they've gone through a retrofitting process where they kind of have them burn low emissions, diesel, and it costs a lot of money. They're doing something right now, but they're moving away from. Oh, and another thing is, when you see them on the yellow bus, what you must do is ask whether or not those are low emissions diesel buses, because they have something called low emissions where you can buy. So they're still on diesel buses, but not on the ones that we purchased. No, not on those. And then they're also moving to electric Here's one. Put that one in. Let me show you something to you too. Oh, you can't big it up, Kevin. All right.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. We can make it bigger.
Big it up for me there, please. All right. See this, people? Oh, no, can't see it. Let me read it.
Actually, let me go a little bit bigger. Hold on.
Okay. All right. All right, sir. Want to say this? ELPC, that is this Environmental Law and Policy Center, is working to accelerate the rollout of electric buses across the Midwest. To do what? Or why? In order to protect our children from harmful diesel pollution while fighting climate change. It's right there. Protect our children from harmful diesel pollution. Let me go down more in the article. Look at this. I'll read it for you. In nearly every community across the Midwest, students ride yellow school buses. It's a classic feature of American life, so common it's easy to overlook. But the diesel engine inside your average bus is not so sunny as its exterior, producing air pollution that poses health risks to our children, along with carbon emissions that exacerbate climate change. There it is. Look at this one here. It says, the next paragraph, it says, in five Midwest states alone, nearly 4 million children ride 86,800 school buses. School buses transport more than 25 million children every day. Our children deserve a clean ride. Next paragraph. Transitioning to 100% pollution-free electric school buses is critical for the future of our communities. Children's lungs are still developing, so they are especially vulnerable to the harmful effects of diesel pollution generated by dirty fossil fuel school buses. It's right there, people.
So, Rebel.
Give me the next one. Go ahead.
So, then if you're getting some more buses like this to send to Jamaica, wouldn't we be contributing to the issue?
I'm going to get to that point. That's the announcement I'm going to make. I'm getting to that point. But good question. No, here's where it says, well, on where it's this one here. Hold on. All right. Remember that Minister Vaz talked about the $5 billion grant? Here it is right here. It says, thanks to our collective advocacy, the U.S. EPA,
Environmental Protection Agency,
EPA, launched a groundbreaking clean school bus program in the spring of 2022. Authorized by the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, that's a law. This program, the Clean School Bus Program, will fund $5 billion over 5 years. That's where Minister Vaz get it from, you know. Right? But here's what it's for. Here is what it's for. Here is it. Here it is, people. Listen carefully. The program will fund $5 billion over 5 years to do what? To replace dirty old school buses with low and zero emissions buses. There it is. That's why you can get the bus for $1. They're getting rid of the buses. They're getting rid of the buses. Let me see what else is here. They said, thanks to bi-directional vehicle to grid charging stations and improved software, electric school buses not only provide a clean ride for kids, but also act as a distributed energy resource. Give me another one there, Kevin. We have another one there. This one, that one from Environmental Law and Policy Center. More one from EPA. We have the EPA one up there.
Yeah, there's the other one that is there.
So people don't understand why so much of the buses them come, because think about it. Why would you just don't, as Doc Abraham said, you just don't buy JUTC buses with the steering wheel on the right side and with the buses on the right side, not left or right, but the correct side, right? Why would you then go and buy school buses with the steering wheel on the wrong side and the doors on the wrong side? Why? It's not the EPA one. No, that's not the EPA one. Oh, hold on there. Don't forget that one now. Whoa, whoa, Kevin. You kill me. Give me the EPA one first. I'm going to go to this one now. For the people them to that one now. Please.
Yeah.
I have so much material, boy. It's a problem. Problem. Because when we get united enough people, we become part of the story. So much so that we overlook certain things, or at least I overlook certain things. It's up there, Kevin.
Yeah, it is. It's one of the earlier documents that we had.
It should have been. Keep going. Keep going.
It's one of these earlier documents that we had here.
Let me see. No. It's stay with us, people. Stay with us. I think it's these, No.
Well, the first set of EPA articles we had, you just passed one, I think.
Where? No,
right. So keep going to the left.
No, these are Jamaican stuff.
Oh, no, that was the EV buses for the JUTC.
Hold on, let me see something. No, that's the appropriate. I think it's further down there. That's the chief technical director. Catch the breath, people, because we know a lot of us shock, with one who just done say, right? So,
and a lot of the comments refer to the clean air issue that has been proposed and moving away from diesel, going to cleaner emissions, going to, that was the one that we just did, going to electric. And so all right, no worries, I'll pull it again.
Let me see this one now.
No, we're gonna have to, for this one, no. For that one, you have to refresh.
All right, let me just show. Let me come back to this one here. This one is the auction, but I'm actually trying to get to the one where combined school bus report. I don't think. Hold on.
No, it's not down there.
All right.
But you can show this and then come back to it.
Which one?
The one that got you excited a while ago.
Yeah. That's it. That's it right here.
Yeah, this one right here.
Oh.
Let's close that.
All right.
Yeah.
Folks, we're going to show you something now. All right. We're going to show you something. Let me just cue it up here. Okay. Let me show you some. Okay. Even you have to laugh, no. You have to laugh. I have to laugh when you read this thing here. When you read this thing here, you have to laugh. All right, folks, here we go. I'm going to show you what they do with these school buses in Guatemala. I'm going to show you. Kevin, if you can bring that up for me, please.
How much bigger you want? Is it full up the screen?
It full up the screen? All right, cool. Look at this. Guatemala.
No, the word.
Look at this. Guatemala's tricked out chicken buses have lots of stories to tell. These old American school buses are a fixture of daily life across Central America. Right? No.
This part I can make it bigger for you.
All right. Listen to this. Uh-oh. Okay.
Yeah.
Why am I right there? Okay. All right. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. It says, a peculiar sight flies through Guatemala's densely packed cities, streets, and rolling mountainous countryside. A fleet of Thousands of American school buses, but they are not the ordinary yellow vehicles that ferry children to school every day. See the next sentence? Not anymore. Now I'm going to show you something. Look at what they use them to do. They transport potatoes, corn, onions, and other crops to sell in markets, right? Let me show you what else. Look at this, people. They call them chicken buses. You see that? What the chicken buses, as they are known, share is history. Each of these vehicles started life as a school bus in the United States, and each reached 10 years or 150,000 miles of service. Then they were auctioned off for less than $2,000. Let that sink in. They reached 10 years or 150,000 miles. Now, keep in mind, I just told you that 10 of the 26, the first 26 buses of this program that Mr. Vaz's ministry is responsible for, the government by extension, 10 of those 26 buses, they were manufactured in 2010. 2010. 15 years old. See what it says? When they reach 10 years or 100, and a lot of them, they're over 150,000 miles. So some of the buses that he brought in, a significant amount of them, or a number of them, they're more than 10 years, they have more than 150,000 miles. And you see what it says? When it gets to 10 years or 150,000 miles, they auction them off for less than $2,000. Less than $2,000. So, Minister Vaz, that's why we want to see the documentation. We want to see the documentation. Let me go down some more before I make my announcement. Let me see. See? Well, let me see something. Huh? Yeah, them fix up the buses, them. They use them to transport crops. All right, hold on a second. So that Santiago Lopez began working on the chicken buses. Right? So the farmers, them, I bring them produce on the bus. Let me go down some more. Oh, them use that one, yeah? So when I use that, them I use it for cook food, or maybe it's a different thing.
No, some of them use them as restaurants.
Restaurants, okay.
Well, yeah, food buses, food trucks.
All right. So them you can get them buses for 2,000 or less. Now, here is the announcement. The announcement is this. We were planning to get 110 of these buses to match what Minister Vaz is planning to bring to Jamaica. We were planning to get 110 and send them, and we were sending them not to transport children because of the inherent dangers, but we were sending them so that you could use them for mobile libraries, you could use them for mobile dental clinics, you could use them for mobile medical screenings, mammograms, prostate, whatever. Use them for mobile screening so they could go to places where people wouldn't normally have access to get medical attention until it's too late. We can actually screen people so that we can determine issues before they really surface, right? We could issue them to churches. So if somebody can't make it to church, the bus can go pick up a set of people, the parishioners, and bring them to church on a Sunday, right? We could issue them to like communities. So if you have a football team and they need a bus to take them to play matches, then they can do that, right? So many things you can do with these buses. But here's the thing. Thought about it, had a conversation, and here's what we have decided to do, Kevin. We have decided that maybe we won't send these buses because they're inherently dangerous. We won't send these buses. We have 110 already planned to be on the road. And to have another 110 is a recipe for disaster. So what we want is we want Minister Vaz to take those buses and the plans that we have to turn them into mobile clinics or whatever, or turn them to turn them into food trucks, or turn them to carry produce, or use them as storage, or use them as classrooms, mobile classrooms. These are some ideas. Instead of spending the money on Cornwall Regional, the billions and billions and billions, just think if they had outfitted some of these buses and so we're going to take these buses in areas where people have difficulty getting medical services. And we're going to take it there and we're going to do early screening so that we don't wait for a man to have full-blown prostate and deal with that. We can catch it early and we can deal with some of the issues. That's what they should have done. That's what they should have done. And what we're saying is that it would be kind of hypocritical to say that these buses are dangerous for all kinds of reasons. Left-hand drive, bus on the side, this, that, fumes, that to pack up Jamaica with them. So we are saying that unless somebody really want this bus, and if you really want this bus, then you would have to go and talk to the minister and make sure the government and have them issue the whatever permit is required so that you can bring them in. But we are saying that, you know what? Not everything free is good. I know in America they have a popular saying, there's no such thing as a free lunch. Everything has a price. And so while we get these buses for free, if we bring them to Jamaica, we're just adding to the problem. We're adding to the problem. So what we want now is for the minister now to show us his documentation, to say that he paid all of this money that he said he paid for these buses. Because we have to see the proof. You've seen my proof. You've seen my proof, $1 for the bus. So we need to see his proof. We need to see his proof. And hear what him say, and him come up and talk about, oh, it's emergency. We know that's not true. Because El Hydro, in fact, you know what, Kevin, give me the picture there with El Hydro there now, with the bus there.
Oh.
Right?
That's a special one.
Yeah, we know that we don't believe that to be true, Minister Vaz. We don't believe that people of Jamaica know see what happened. One bus, $1. 110 buses, $110. And then you get all of the work done in America. You get the retrofitting, you get the electronics put on it, you get your tires, you get everything so that when the buses land in Jamaica, you could have start using them. You wouldn't have all of the problems what you're having right now. All of that, based on what I'm hearing, would come up to about 400,000 Jamaican dollars. That's what I'm hearing. If that is the case, the question is, where is the 1 billion? And if you don't notice, it became an emergency right before an election. See that?
Sorry. No, wait. Wrong side. Hold on.
Yeah, it became an emergency right before an election. For 9 years, they've been working on it, no problem. And then all of a sudden, it's an emergency right before the election. People so we're wondering, where did the money go? Minister Vaz, we're asking you kindly. You are our servant, sir. Without us, you have no place in government. And so we're asking the people of West Portland, the people of East Portland, the people of Jamaica, all the parishes, because all the buses, you say buses are going to go all over all across the nation. And you say we're going to give them bus after bus after bus after bus after bus. You could have given them cheap bus after cheap bus after cheap bus, but no, these buses cost a lot of money. And then I won't say it, but there's a dear friend of mine. I won't call no name. Him just said that, well, there is prison after prison, or jail after jail after jail after jail. But think about this, people. This is your money. Your money. Your money that is doing this. They must come and give an accounting for the 1.4 billion because we don't believe 1.4 billion was spent on this program. It cannot happen. Not when you can get a bus for $1. And if he knew about the 5 billion, he must have, if they've been working on this for 9 years. See, that's the difference. That's the difference between being educated and being wise. That's the difference. Because a lot of them people you see in our parliament, them have PhDs and them have this, them book smart. But as far as real world considered, as far as you consider real world, they're dumb as a rock. Because they should have known, Minister Vaz come out and talk about the 5 billion, you know, they should have known that if America spent 5 billion to get rid of the buses, then if I were in the ministry, I would have said, boss, listen, let's reach out to these school districts because they're giving away these buses. Let's reach out to these school districts and see how many of these buses we can get. And when you go and you say to them, say, listen, we're a poor country, we're a third world country, and we're having issues with our students getting to school, and we have absenteeism of 20%, and we have a rising illiteracy rate. And so these buses would certainly go a long way in helping us to get on the road to educational recovery. If you say that, these people would gladly give you the buses. Right. Gladly give you the buses. They would have said, how many of them you need? You want the whole fleet? They would have give you the buses. So we don't understand why I'm going to spend more than $1 for the bus. These buses should not cost more than $1. You don't see my documents. You don't see Bim and Bam's documents. So we want to see Minister Vaz's documents. And what we want is we want him to take them buses because those buses are going to harm our children. The American government said so. It's harmful for their children. So if it's harmful for American children, then it's harmful for Jamaican children. That if for no other argument, if you couldn't even talk about the price and the left hand and the door and the poor maintenance and all of that stuff, even though I'm saying the buses got inspected 3 times, we know say there's something wrong there. If you put all of those to the side, the health issue alone should have said to you, we don't want these buses. And remember what the Prime Minister said. He said, if we don't want the buses, we give them to people who want them. So what we need to do is tell the Prime Minister, Mr. Prime Minister, we do not want these buses. The ones that are here, fine. We understand you can't send them back. But we don't want any more buses coming in. We don't want any more. And if it took Minister Vaz and the government, this government, 9 years to come up with this idiotic plan, then, and they call it an emergency, then think about if it's not an emergency, how long is it going to take? 18 years? It took 9 years for an emergency. So if we're not going to have an emergency, we're going to take 18 years? The money that Mr. Vaz spent on these buses, you could have bought, what the bus, the Kevin, like this.
Oh, your bus?
No, no, the other one. See,
oh, yes. See,
some buses that Mr. Vaz could have purchased, right? Call them coaster buses, right? They could have gone to Japan and said, listen, we want some coaster buses designed for Jamaican roads and Jamaican climate. We already have them in Jamaica, you know.
Yep.
They could have done this and gotten it at cheaper.
Been there from I was a child.
Yeah, could have gotten them at a much cheaper rate. Much cheaper rate. This is what could have been done. This is when you have leaders who care about their people. This is what happens when you have leaders who care about their people. Instead, we have the yellow buses. Yes, Janet, them buy new garbage truck, but them buy old buses for the children, old buses that are dangerous health-wise and dangerous in terms of safety. So we don't know. Let me move this here. So I'm pleading, I'm imploring, I'm begging my Jamaican people to make some noise. You have the information now, you know. The first thing is, let me see that. Let me I'm grabbing the notepad there. Like this. All right. The first thing is that they did not do the procurement. The procurement was not done as it should have been done under the Public Procurement Act. Was not done. That's one. Two, they did not do their due diligence to go out and say, what are the best buses to support this program? They did not. If they had done their due diligence, they would have gotten a different type of bus. Right? Three, the safety. You can't have the left-hand bus in a country where you drive on the left. Health. You can't get these American buses. You can't bring them, shouldn't bring them to Jamaica because they're a health concern for children with developing organs, developing
lungs.
Because of the fumes. You can't do that because America is saying we're getting rid of these buses and we're going to get clean emissions buses. That's what they're going to do. Maintenance. We already see the problem already. The bus them start broke down already. And we see one where a man, them gonna catch water for throw in the radiator. And a friend of mine who's familiar with these buses, him said, that bus is finished. Once you put water in the radiator, the bus finish. Right? Then we have inspection. Them said them inspected the buses, and we said, really? Did you inspect those buses?
Oh, it come out without mirror.
Yes. Then we have profitability. They said these buses, if you're going to use them, it should be free. We have the Prime Minister saying that they should be free, and we have the Minister, and we have MP Bobby Montague say you're going to pay $100 round trip. You can't do that. You cannot do that. Yeah, it's 2 times you take money from the people, and you take money from them taxes, and then you go tax them again for them children ride the buses. That's not fair. That's not a caring government. Profitability is when you do the numbers based on the number of children that Minister Vaz said would ride these buses, and then you do that plus the number of trips, you're going to end up with about, I think it's like 20, I think it's more than 20 million US dollars. We have the numbers up here. More than 20 million US dollars a year. Where's that money going? We don't hear nothing about it. Who has the contract to maintain these buses? Who's bringing in the spare parts? Right? So we're going through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 things. Here's something else, people. He said he's sending these buses all across the island. Now, you have 2 buses, they break down in Westmoreland, and you have 2 over in Portland. Where are these buses going to be fixed? Is there a central depot? Or are you going to build a depot in every parish? Or are you going to build a depot in every county? What's the plan for the maintenance of these buses? And by the way, these buses I'm telling you about, these buses in the state of Maryland, and I know this as a fact, they inspect these buses 3 to 4 times a year. Do you see them inspecting these old buses? They need inspection more than any other bus.
Yeah.
You inspecting an old bus 3 to 4 times a year? No. And if they do, we have to figure out, we have to follow the money to see who have the money. Where is this money coming? Where is this money? Where is the money going? Where are the parts coming from? Look at this. I mean, Kevin just put this up here. I just saw this the other day. Want to say anything with about some people? Well, we're not going to show you.
It have the help on the back for the learner.
L for learner, right? L for learner.
Yes.
There's another L, spell E-L. See it? L hydro. See it right, that's all? Where this up on the bus?
That's a different learner.
That's a people. Hold on, Kevin. Hold on, Kevin. Hold on. Oh, now let me call it.
You can call it, man. You can call it.
See ya, people. See ya, L hydro. See it right, that's all? We have L free right also, but them claim to them are
them are train the drivers.
Them are train the drivers. See one L, yeah?
Come on, use
See one L there. And so the next L below it, L Hydro. How L Hydro name come from bus? Remember the minister saying no? That it was the ministry that imported these buses and El Hydro just facilitated. Him say El Hydro was the one who sourced the buses and did all the things with the buses overseas, right? Now we know that that can't be true because we have an invoice. Hold on, wait, Kevin, hold on there. Let me get the
which invoice?
The invoice them what we have for the 26 buses.
Oh, yeah, them under the bus tab, yeah.
All right.
I really want people to pay attention. Those that are looking at the screen right now, you see all of those tabs scrolling across the bottom, the top of your screen. All of those tabs are articles and documents relating to this bus thing. We've never had this much information, and we don't. That's not all the information.
No. And we can't go through everything that's up here either. Hold on there.
But
I just want to show them. Is you sure it's up here? Oh, here it is. The inbox.
Yeah, right there.
All right. Let me show you something, people. Remember them say Elijah sourced the buses, them, you know. Take a look. That look like Elijah to you?
Is that DBA?
This look like Elijah too, no? Out of Chicago. That look like Elijah. Look on that. That look like Elijah. And look, this company is responsible for the first 26 buses. See them, yeah? They reach at Jamaica. And see, one came from Port Everglades and the rest for 25 from Miami. And we know that it's likely that this company is the company that purchased the buses. You know why? Because we see right as so. Them reseller tax ID. And what that means is that you purchase something and you resell it so you don't pay taxes. Right? Because like you say, I'm a middleman. And then see them the export, right? Also exempt. See that? And see where to go, yeah? Show me now upon this which part on say El Hydro, yeah. Show me upon this now which part on say El Hydro. Right also. And you see where it say? Receiver. See that?
Not seller.
Yeah. Uno don't see El Hydro over here, so. We don't see over here, so. Triari, right so. Show me upon this
maybe we need to look again at who is El Hydro.
We're going to get another story then. We have 6:55. We have to go cut the story now. We have to go back, come back next week, Kevin. The story continues. The story continues. The story continues. The story continues. You know, Kevin, this is way too much. We could jump in. We have this is going on right through the right.
The other is a lot to it, you know.
But make us show the people let me see now. Make we move them things that Kevin. Remove, and then remove. And then let's bring up video file. Let's bring up Minister Morgan. He's a favorite around here. You know. This one here. I have to touch the stories, them, you know.
Ah, boy.
This one here. Stay with the people. Stay with it.
It's interesting how I will hear people with the rhetoric about this program being politically motivated and driven and sponsored by the People's National Party. Please understand, anybody that is listening here right now, I will say this, I said it before, I'll say it again. The only party I support is the one that I, as my DJ self, am hired to play. That's the only party I support. And you hear Rebel say it today, and he said it before. The P that he supports is the people.
Mm-hmm.
So go ahead and spread whatever rhetoric you want to. And those who are in the People's National Party, if you think that you can go on with any chicanery, whether now, in the past, or in the future, and get away with it, you are sadly mistaken. Because guess what? The very same way you see this guy here beside me dig up information dating back, if you have information dating back, remember, find a way to bury it now.
Mm-hmm.
Because it is coming. Don't think for in any way, shape, or form that you are immune. You are not. This that is happening right now is happening for the people of Jamaica. For Jamaica. And when we talk about them, not to say that you are representing in those in any other political parties are not people of Jamaica. These are people of Jamaica that are taking advantage of Jamaicans. You are the kind of people that when the colonists visited Africa, you are the black people that helped to put the people of Africa in shackles and on the boats, sell them into slavery. That's who you are. Once you are taking advantage of the people of Jamaica, that is who you are. If you're not giving back to Jamaica more than you are taking from Jamaica, then you are all for yourself in representation. And it sounds like a tall order, you know. It really does sound like a tall order. But when you decided that you are going to serve the people, remember, the people are supposed to be in a much better position than when you started. Not worse off. You are not supposed to be in a better position and the people are not. And this is what we're seeing. You finished putting up, Rebel?
Yeah, I'm done. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I'm going to step down off of my soapbox.
All right. Folks, as usual, we start out with this.
I say to people, do not trust the words of politicians. Do not trust the words of politicians.
So can you trust these politicians?
To state that I stand in full support
of the best Prime Minister
since 1962.
Is the man of integrity, love,
And I'm very lucky to have an outstanding Prime Minister, a leader that we can be so proud of.
The transformation. I just gave away 87 black tanks.
Is the best we have had. So West St. Elizabeth is in full support.
You see the one who just said I just gave away 87 black tanks? Be careful. Be careful. You can't do anything about it at this point, but we have the information and we're going to come out with it maybe next week. We have the information. So you can't say that about you give 87 black tanks. We're going to show you where you should have get. You talk about where you get, we talk about where you should have get. All right.
Ladies first. Of the most honorable, I should say, Dr. and JAMAICA Holness.
How could I not support a leader who is moving Jamaica forward?
And your Holness, continue to be the leader you are.
And I'll do everything in my powers to ensure that he
lead until he is ready to go. Prime Minister and party leader, Andrew Holness.
Them say him are the best.
I say to people, do not trust the words of politicians. Do not trust the words of politicians.
Now, people, I don't know how many of you are my age. You don't have to be my age, but I heard the Prime Minister speaking, and I thought about a movie. I remember a movie that sounded eerily similar to some of the things the Prime Minister was saying. And here is a clip from that movie. We're going to build new schools, new roads, new houses. I am a simple man. I'm like you. I'm one of you, one of the people. That was Forrest Whitaker depicting Idi Amin. And in fact, he won Best Actor for that movie. Listen to this.
I was born in Spanish Town. And I like to tell the story because I don't tell it enough. And there are people who are trying to tell my story, trying to define me. And I listen, I see all the lies they publish, all the falsehood and false narratives they carry. I don't always respond because I don't go through third parties. I talk directly to the people of Jamaica. When the people of Jamaica see me and hear me and touch me and feel me, they know I am real. I am from them. I am like them.
Sounds like the teacher just play. I am you.
I went through their struggles. I understand their struggles and I'm true to them. I am your child. I am your son. I am your brother. I am your uncle. And now I could be your father. You are my family. So as I was shaped mentally, politically, by the experience of the 1980s, growing up on Cumberland Road in Spanish Town.
I could just move down there because we have so much stuff, people. Because this thing here, this thing with the Prime Minister and the bosses and Minister Vaz, it's gonna go on for a while because we keep getting new information and we're going, and also we need to reinforce it. We don't want to tell you now and then we forget about it. This has to be reinforced. Now, he said he wasn't born with a gold spoon in his mouth. Which one of the video them him said that in, Kevin? I think there's another one.
One where he was on a
I don't see it. If you can find that for me, because I have something here I want to show the people. I have something here. Not I could be a father. The one where he said he wasn't born with gold spoon in his mouth. We have heard him say it.
Yeah, they might have best be a father.
It's not inside of that thing there.
But all right. Instead of searching for that one.
No, search it. Here's what, people. Here's what. Take a look at this. See him there to the boardhouse there now. Whether it's 1 bedroom or 2 bedroom, we are gonna say it don't really matter. It's a boardhouse. Give him the boardhouse. That look like a house I used to live in it. So we can identify with it. But him say that's where him come from. Come from a boardhouse. But that's give him it. Give him say a 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, 3. No matter. Same no born with gold spoon in our mouth. But what we now know is that him have a big, thick gold spoon in our mouth. And we want to know where that gold spoon they come from. In fact, you know what? We had him with about 20 gold spoons, and them have all kind of names. I'll give you the names them now. Them have all kind of names on them. But then we said, no, you know what? Just combine them. Because at the end of the day, it's about him. The common denominator is him. And so we melted all the gold spoons and make one big gold spoon for him. So see the gold spoon, and we could take him off there. Kevin, just pull up the thing there for me. We're going straight into the thing there right now. Craig Beresford's affidavit. We'll show the people them some things now, and we're going to show them the boat and all of them things there.
Oh, yeah, all of them right there somewhere.
We never go into the Integrity Commission one. Just forget about the Integrity Commission one, because we don't have much time. We have less than an hour. So we just want Craig Beresford, and we're not going to get through Craig. I think you just pass it. Hey, there it is. There it is. Yeah. All right, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, folks. We have so many.
I'll be back. I'm around.
Yeah. We have so many things where we wanted to put up regarding the Prime Minister, and also the bus thing with Minister Vaz. And let me just go back to that, and let's be clear that at this right now, because the buses are inherently dangerous, we don't believe that we should be supporting for them to go to Jamaica. We have enough there in Jamaica. What the minister needs to do is he needs to convert those buses to something else, and he needs to pay back the money. Give us all the documentation. I've shown him my paperwork. He must come and show the Jamaican people the paperwork. And you see what they're doing? They must stall me and tell me that they're going to give me the paperwork after the election. They can't stall you people, because here's what happened. If you go inside that polling station, inside that booth, and you vote based on what we have presented, we will get those documentation. We will get the documentation. And then we can seriously talk about holding people accountable. All right. OTC no spoon that a ladle for soup. Well, there's a big gold ladle then. How about that? But here's what happened. I read them out now. The Prime Minister have a lot of gold spoons. And you know what happened? He didn't want you to know about the gold spoons. And that's why he went to court. And then he tried to get the judge to strike certain paragraphs out of Craig Beresford's affidavit. In fact, I think he wanted the whole thing to be stricken. But him said, no, that might be a bridge too far. So let's just ask for certain paragraphs to be taken out. And I don't know much about his attorneys, but what they did, as I mentioned last week, they didn't argue jurisdiction only. They went and started to argue facts. And once you start to argue facts, you open the door. And then now these documents can be released. Because you're not arguing, if you were arguing just jurisdiction, then the court would have no choice but to refuse from these documents being made public. But once you start arguing facts, and that's a difference between an attorney and a good attorney. Once you start arguing facts, then you open the door. And so open the door. Now, we found out now from the Prime Minister that, yes, we agree with him. We found out that he wasn't born with a gold spoon in his mouth. How do we know this? He told us. And we have people who went and they looked at Cumberland Road and the neighborhood and they went back in time and see what was it like, not now, but back then. Yes, he was born of modest means. I think he said his mother was a civil servant and his father was a farmer. Modest means. We agree. But then we see where he's gotten a lot of gold spoons since. And that's why we're asking, where did these gold spoons come from? Here are some of the gold spoons in his mouth. And some of you are going to be shocked when you hear these gold spoons. Prepare for the shock. There's so many that we're not even going to say number 1, number 2, number 3. We're just going to go down. Here are the gold spoons. Premium Group. I don't know how many of you have ever heard of that company. That's a gold spoon. Another gold spoon, because he had salaries coming from a non-profit. I think it's Hannatown. It was run by the former Prime Minister Edward Seaga. So he was working there. So he's working there and was working for Premium Group at some point in time. And then he's been working for the Jamaican government since 1998. Those are gold spoons as far as salaries are concerned. Vehicles, another gold spoon. He had a BMW and he had a Pajero. There were problems with the Pajero because he told the Integrity Commission one thing and they found out something else. As far as companies, here are the gold spoons. Sunshine Mobile, the Lido Taxi Service, Omega Bridge, Panadian Limited, AdMat, Estate Bridge, Positive Media, Imperium. All gold spoons. Now let's go to loans. He gave out loans to a man named Everett Stewart. He gave out a loan to his wife and her sister to build homes. And most of you thought that his wife had the money. He gave out loans to his wife. He gave out loans to a man called Paul East. We're going to show you something about Paul East now. Then he took a $10 million home improvement loan. Then he purchased construction material to the tune of $18.2 million. You purchase these things, you have to pay them back. I mean, you borrow the money, you have to pay it back. So he's loaning money and he's borrowing and he's using his wife's company to get material, which he's going to have to pay back. Then here are the gold spoon properties. We have 4 Arcadia Drive. We have 2 Wycliffe Close in Beverly Hills. We have Shenstone Crescent in Beverly Hills. We have Hill Road in Norbrook. We have Lot 15 in Norbrook. We have Great House in Mona. And we have Stonebrook Manor in Trelawney. Now let's go to the gold spoons as far as the banks, Ponzi schemes, and his investments. And it's a lot, people. Gonna run them down. And then we're gonna go back over all of this. We have Cash Plus, we have Olint, we have SSL, we have JMMB, which is a benchmark note euro bond. We have JMMB, which is another bond. We have BNS, which is a USA and a Jamaican accounts, 2 accounts. We have First Global Bank. We have Scotia Mutual Fund. We have Bank of America. We have First Global Equity. We have BNS. We have Citibank. We have NCB Capital Market. We have FCIB. We have some bonds, I think Belize and Jamaica. We have Barita. We have Epley. We have Grace Kennedy. We have Jamaica Broilers. We have Derrimon. We have Carreras. We have Trans Jamaica Highway. We have Seprad. We also have life insurance with Sagicor. We have credit cards. We have a foundation, Positive Jamaica Foundation. And there are some other companies, Caribbean Cement, Guardian Group, Jamaica Producers. And these are only what we know about. Because remember, the Prime Minister did not report a lot of these when he should have. For years, he did not. Now, let's go and look at this gentleman that he gave some money to. This gentleman named Paul East. Let's look at Paul East. Not yeast, East, as in East, West, North, South. Paul East is mentioned on page 10. Here we go. What page is this? 7, 8, 9, 10. Here we are, right? Here we go. See that? The Prime Minister made a personal loan to Paul East in 2010 of $13,500 US and $1,074,735 for a grand total of $1,307,462. Sorry. It's 13,500 and 1.3 million from SSL, totaling $2.3 million. Now, the Prime Minister loaned this to Mr. Paul East in 2010, and he said Mr. Paul East paid him back in 2011. But he didn't mention any of this from 2006 to 2011. Didn't mention it. And look at what it says right here. The source of funding for the loans remains. Let me get green. Let me get the green, yeah? Because we're going to use it up a lot.
Just to clear up something, Rebel. Just to clear up something. The 13,500 that was mentioned is 13,500 US, the equivalent being 1,074,735 plus the 1.3 million from stocks from SSL.
Correct.
Which totaled the 2.3 million.
Correct. So there you go. Right. And the Integrity Commission said this money here, these monies, they said we didn't know about this. He's supposed to tell us about the loans. We didn't know about this. So that is Mr. Paul East. Right. Now, make we go to page 37. I think, well, before we go to page 37, I think there is, where's the boat, Kevin? Panadian. Here we go. Let's go to page 13. Let's go to page 13. Now, see this company here? This company, Panadian. Right? Look right here. We see Mr. Paul East again, right? This is a man who would Prime Minister lend $2 million, right? And they bought a boat. Here it is right here. Mr. Holness right here explained that the company Panadian Limited was registered in the British Virgin Islands, not Jamaica, to facilitate what? They opened this company to purchase a boat. And they opened this company not in Jamaica, in the British Virgin Islands. And in 2008, long time ago, they purchased this boat for $220,000. And they have 3 shareholders in the company to purchase the boat. Here's the first one, Andrew Holness. Ian Moore. We're going to do a story on Mr. Ian Moore and tell you the kind of company the Prime Minister keep. But we're not going to Ian Moore today. But here's Mr. Paul East. We are focused on him, right? The Prime Minister said him pay $40,000 from him Olin in Ponzi scheme account. This one right here. And him say no additional amount was paid over as Olin collapsed shortly thereafter. What he must have meant by that is that he did not collect any more money or did not withdraw any more money from his Olin account, because we know that the Prime Minister invested $80,000 in the company. 3,824. So the price of the boat? $220 plus whatever charges remain after that, right? But he paid $80,000 in the company, not 40. He paid $40,000 from his Olin account, but in total he paid $80,000 for this boat. All right. Let me show you something.
So what kind of boat that, Mr. Rattigan?
All right. Let me just remember which part this. I'll go, Kevin, and let's show you the boat. Let's show you the boat. Here's a boat the Prime Minister buy.
That's the boat?
Fishing boat. It says a fishing boat. Fishing boat.
Fishing boat. That's a fisherman boat. That's a fisherman boat.
Ah, Kevin, you catch me. It's not a fishing boat. It's a fisherman boat. And the thing said he bought a fishing. Let me go back and look at it and see where it's a Kevin. Wait, that's right. Yeah, it says, it is right here. It says he bought a sport fishing vessel. So it wouldn't have been this boat. Sport fishing vessel.
LUHRS.
Let me go back, Kevin. Yeah, mash me up here now, Kevin. Oh, here it is. LUHRS 360 SS Express. That's the boat that he purchased, right? It's a 2003 and he bought it in 2008. So let's go back. So it couldn't. Oh man, Kevin.
No, sir.
With them.
Show me another boat, please, and thanks.
No, you see me gone. The screen gone.
Oh, you gone. All right. Let me bring you back. Because people, Rebel going to have to show us a different boat. This boat you now make it. That's a fisherman boat. I want to see the fishing boat. That's what I want to see. Rebel, I give away, I sell away, give away 6 for 9. Any Rebel?
Not give 6 for
9. Yeah. Oh, what kind of boat that?
All right. Yeah. So the boat you're being.
What's a fisherman boat?
Kevin says that's fishing. It's not a fisherman boat. It's a sport fishing boat. Now, wait there, Kevin. Like this. Here's a boat. When we go up, Kevin.
On the side.
Oh, me see on the side. Yeah. Oh, come on. This is the boat, or this is a boat similar to the one that the Prime Minister buy, a 2003
LUHRS. So that's what I call it, LUHRS. LUHRS 360 SX Express Sport or Fishing Vessel. That's what they call it.
Put up that boat there for me. Put up that boat there for me.
So
But big up that one. Big up that boat there for me now. This is
that
a boat
one
that,
in particular, you want?
yeah.
Okay.
All right, all right, all right. This
zoom
is a
in
similar
a bit.
boat. This is a similar boat, people. This is a similar. Is it OHRS or ORS or whatever it is? The model.
LUHRS 360
All right.
SX.
See, so the boat of the Prime Minister, but not this boat, but something similar. And we're gonna go through it and show you some pictures. This is a sport fishing boat. See that? Look nice. Yeah. Whoa. Very nice boat. It's a nice boat. It's a Prime Minister. Wow.
It even come with pliers to remove the big hooks.
Put up the next one for me, Kevin. We just send you one in a WhatsApp. Put up that for me. See it? Nice boat. Can't seem to have good taste. Watch out. Oh, you can sleep in another boat at a bedroom. Wow. Fishing boat. Nice bedroom. See there? Bathroom too, you know. See the bathroom on the right there, you know. And it's a toilet there. Bathroom. Wow. Fridge, everything. This is the motor. Engine look pretty. Come on. Engine look pretty. See it there? You put up the next one for me, Kevin?
So man, let me just share it there.
Wait there.
I shared it from mine.
Me no see it. You can't put it up. Oh, Tita. Oh.
Yes, man.
You put it up. It now make me. Well, let me take this down.
Yeah, man, just add it, man.
See the boat there, man. Boat there, no. Nice. Nice piece of boat. And remember, no, people, this is way back now. So you must know this is a nice piece of change in a 2008 for spend $220,000 for a boat, you know. A nice boat you get.
Very nice.
That's what, 17 years ago, right?
Very nice boat.
Very nice boat. And get that. So, let me see. Where's the thing there? Where the Craig Beresford thing? Okay, see
that's it.
All right. So people remember now. Let me big this up. So remember now, him lend this man of money. Him lend Mr. What your name again?
East.
It's an East.
Show up
Paul
like a East.
Him lend Paul East money, and then he went and he purchased a boat with Paul East, right? Now, I'm going to show you something now. We are going to shock. It will shock the whole on. It will shock everybody. Hold on. Let me pull this down and go back right there, so and find it. 37. Stay with me, people. I just want to find the page number. Okay. All right, this. Okay. Oh, this one that's Kevin. This one is okay. All right, fine, no problem. This is not the one where my markup, but I'm going to show you something now. Take a look at this. See this? Look at this. A close associate of Andrew Holness, Mr. Paul East, is affiliated with two companies which were awarded contracts in excess of $190 million in a period of only 5 months. Make that sink in. This is the man who the Prime Minister loaned money, the Prime Minister bought a boat with, and this man get contracts $190.6 million in 5 months. It gets worse.
Wait,
which company?
Hold on. I never see that the name of that company yet. Richwell?
Which one? Here's another company that they were looking at, Saxthorpe. That's a problem company. And then Richwell. They want these companies, they're saying that there is some kind of connection. loose or strong. There's something which either the prime minister or people associated with the prime minister. But look at this, people. This company named Barnes, right? Remember, no, keep close eye on Mr. Paul East. This company named Barnes Construction and Equipment. They received contracts valuing 84 million to renovate buildings. Look who was the director of Barnes. Sita, Paul East, was added as a director on July 19. Look for when them get the contract. October 31st, 19. Don't know if it's coincidence, but things happen. Look at this other one here. Them get another contract, NFF's Barnes, right? Contract value 7.1 million. The contract was awarded by Factories Corporation of Jamaica. Look here. Paul East is a board of the member of Factories Corporation. So Paul East depend Factories Corporation and him depend Barnes. Barnes get the contract.
But Barnes get the contract for the company that hiring Barnes to do the work?
Yeah, it is. The contract is awarded by Factories, and he's a member of Factories. So he's a member of the company. He's a member of the company issuing the contract, and he's a member of the company getting the contract.
So him issue the contract to himself to do the work for his company?
No, he's doing the work for the government. 76 Marcus Garbage Drive.
Oh,
so
for Garmix, for Free Zone.
Right.
Okay.
So he's a member of Factories. Factories gave out the contract to Barnes, and he's affiliated with both companies.
Right. Lovely.
And then here's something else. You look at this one here. It says another. See it right there, so another contract, 221 million awarded to the company subsequent, meaning after Mr. Paul East get the directorship of the public body, of the assuming directorship. And the public body was the National Housing Trust. There you go.
What?
All of these contracts, this man who's affiliated with the Prime Minister, and get loans from the Prime Minister, and he bought a boat with the Prime Minister, and he's getting all of these contracts. Here is the killer. Here is the killer. Next page. We never going to touch all this one here. This one here.
Wait, next page. The last sentence of this paragraph here talks about them being one of 26 companies benefiting from the NHT Trust Interim Finance Program.
Yeah. We never going to touch that, Kevin. We'll leave that for another time. I'm going to show you something that's going to blow your mind. Look at this. Here is this company now called, show you. It's a company called Nev East, owned by the East family. Managing director is Paul East. And people look on the contract where them get government contracts totaling 777 million.
Now, you know what's funny? I had access to this document and I knew about okay.
So if you add up all of the money where Paul East companies he's affiliated with got from the government, you're talking over $1 billion Jamaican dollars. And look, during this time, his company when own, where Paul East and his family own, them get $750 million worth of contract, and look at the time period from 06 to 20. You remember when him get the loan from the Prime Minister? 2010. Or 2000, 2008 or 2010. We can go back and look. What page is that? 10. Let us see. Here it is.
Between 2006 and 2010.
Yeah, here it is. 2010. 2010, 2010. The Prime Minister lending money. And look, when the Prime Minister lending money, look where that happened with 38. Sita. So the date here now. 2010. Between 2006 and 2020, they get $750 million So when them get money, Prime Minister still lending money. We want to know how come, what's going on there. And these are the things that Integrity Commission started digging into. These are the things they started digging into and said, what's going on here? We don't understand this. Right? No. Boy, we're running out of time. I'm going to tell you so we don't run out of time. We know it. Watch here now, people. We can go back now. Here's what we're going to know. You see, all of the gold spoons, we're going to take them out time out now and put them on the table so you can see. We're going to take them out time out. Here we go with the first gold spoon. We did not talk about the all the times where him not answer, him not deal with the people. When the people ask him for stuff, he didn't give to them. We never go deal with
it. When the IC asked for stuff?
Yeah, they didn't give to them. All right. The first gold spoon. First gold spoon is this premium. That's Mr. Siaga company. He got a salary and he didn't declare it, at least for December. Does not declare it. First gold spoon. Then we know he worked for the non-profit down in Hannatown, I believe. We don't see anything in the Integrity Commission's report about that. Here's the second one. Oh, by the way, remember the Prime Minister said that, well, on Kevin, where the cars in there? Where the cars?
Which cars?
Where the cars? We need comic relief. It should be right here. It should be right next.
No. They're down at the end. They're down at the end of the tabs.
Where? We don't see them. Close this.
Oh, yeah, let's close this.
Oh. All right, hold on.
There we go.
Hey, there we go. Prime Minister said him own two cabs, two taxis. Him own.
Oh, the two taxi are two taxi company.
I could go back and show this. Look right at so. Them say when him come in politics, him own three.
One of them never make it to the video shoot, to the photo shoot.
Him say him own him come out the other day, last week Sunday night, and say two him start with. Now we say him own three. And this is the company Sunshine Mobile. There it is. That's another. And him say he had as many as 8 taxes. That's another gold spoon. And this gold spoon, and we talk about that the gentleman who owned the company. Somehow the man died. We don't know how he died. And the Prime Minister said the guy, the man that owned money, and the man and they would have take care of it, and the Prime Minister was supposed to take over the company, all of that stuff. Well, guess what? The business activity and the assets were never previously declared from 1998 up to the date it was said to have been wound up. And they said they wound up the company right here, 2018. So from 1998 to 2018, or from because him had it, he said he had that company before he entered. He was there before he entered representational politics. Here it is. He contracted it to him up right. He was there before 2000. He was there before November 2000 because it's 2000 him saying he want to buy the company, right? So from 2000, I could say 1998. Oh, it says 1998. See it here? 1998. From 1998 to 2018, he did not report any of this. Another gold spoon. Here's another gold spoon. The Leader Taxi Service. This is the one that he owned outright. He registered it and he put his wife as the main shareholder and 2 of his constituency members. And we're wondering if Mr. Gavin and the other gentleman from the Prime Minister's constituency, if they were members of this members, if they were shareholders and directors in
Two
this.
shareholders.
Yeah, the leader, right? So we didn't now talk about the money. All we're saying is that look at this. Right here. His connection with this company and its income was previously unknown. And see that? All declarations from 1998 to 2005 bear no evidence of accounting for this business and its income. Not a gold spoon. Here's another gold spoon. How many of you knew that the Prime Minister owned a loan company? He never talked about that last week Sunday upon the stage, you know. Him say, I have 2 taxi. He never tell the people them say him involved in 2 taxi companies. Here is Omega Bridge. This is a loan company. Prime Minister's company, this. Prime Minister's, he might lend out money. Where him get money from? Where him get the money from? Now look here. Investments and income from this business activity were not declared for the year 1998 to 2005. So that loan company, them don't know, him not tell them anything about it. Remember now, he has a duty. He has a duty to report all of this to the Integrity Commission. And Integrity Commission is finding out these things years after. And they're saying, he didn't tell us any of this. No, here's what him tell them. Him say, oh, you see all the taxi company and the loan company, the Sunshine Mobile, the Leader, and Omega. Him say that was for the constituency, man. That's a constituency thing. And them say, no, but you see that you take the money and invest the money in yourself. So how is that constituency money? We don't see where the money is spent in the community. And not only that, why would he take his own money and open up these companies and say, no, I open them and the money it's for the constituency. Not Sankey, no think so.
What do you mean? He's for the people.
Oh, yeah? Here's another one. Big Ponzi scheme, Cash Plus. Not a gold spoon. Here it is. He had at one point he had this much money in the Ponzi scheme, 4.6 million. And look here, it says this investment has never been previously disclosed, and it affects declaration years 2005, 2006, and him cash out in 2007. Here's another one. First Global. What they said, never previously declared. Then we go to another gold spoon. Then we go to this one, First Global certificate CD. Here it is. This investment was not declared and it affects his declaration years 2005, 2006. Another gold spoon. Here's another gold spoon. He's lending out money, and this is not from his loan company. You know. These are personal loans. See it right here. So he made personal loans and advances to family members and friends between 2006 and 2010, which he did not include in his personal assets. He never declared them. And here's the money. He gave 8.6 million to his wife and her sister to develop a real estate development called Bird Sucker. It is right here. And they said, we don't know where to get this money from. Here it is. The specific source of funding for these loans were not identified by Mr. Holness. We talk about the loan that he gave Paul East. Then we go to Olint again, Olint Investments. They saw a statement for 2005 and 2006. Right? No, let's go down a little bit more. We have Olint, let's start, put up the money. Here it is, 316. And that 316,000, that's US dollars enough. And the US one, and this is 113, that's US dollars. Let's go down some more. I have something I have to show you because we're running out of time. Where's the yellow? He's saying that the money was for fundraising dinner. I got it from fundraising dinner for his constituency, right? Let's keep going. Canadian, we talk about Canadian and the boat. Then here we come to Admat and all the property. Acadia Drive, Wycliffe Close. There's one here I want. You know what? I know what happened. When I did the new one, Kevin, I should have put that one up. Yeah, I should have put that one. Here's the BMW, the 2005 BMW. Because there's something there I want to show them. Hold on. JMMB. Yeah. There is one here. Hold on 1 second, people. There's one. Okay. No, that's not it. Hold on. Hold on. Stay with me. Stay with me. Yeah, I did make some changes on the other one. Oh man. All right. I think I think it's at Olent. Let me go back up there and look. Query number 1. Hold on. This query number 1. Yeah. All right. There is an account here I want to show you. I want to show you something. It says USD. Hold on.
I remember that one. We were looking at it.
Yeah, it's easy to miss it.
Yes.
It's easy to miss it.
There
Come
was
on.
one. There. Top of this paragraph on the right.
Where?
Keep
No,
there.
it should say-
At the top of the, yeah, with
Where?
the JMMB and the SSL.
No, it's a US. It's a US. No, it says US.
342,000.
No, that's not it. No, that's not it. Hold on. I think it's. Bear with me, people, because I wasn't planning on showing you this, and it just crossed my mind that I need to show you this. Hold on a second. It says US. It's in Olin. Oh, here's Paul East again. This is where he got the money from to get the personal loan to Paul East. But there's something here I'm trying to show you guys. It says
with Olint.
I think it's Olint.
Because that the BNS had the.
And it's easy to miss it because I missed it a couple times. Hold on. This is going to. I have to show you this. I have to show. And we're not even going to talk about his wife and all of that stuff, right? No. Hold on. No, man. It's up here. It's in Olint. I could swear it's in Olint. Bear with us, folks. It's my fault, you know, because I've made a correction to this thing. And all right,
it wasn't
number 1.
Not that one.
No, it has US on the end of it. It's like towards the end. Oh, here it is.
Yeah.
Here it is. No, here it is. Take a look at this, people. See it right there, so. Look at that. At August 2007, the balance in this account was this. US 1,214,000. There it is right there. Prime Minister going with things. At August 2007, he had in this account, he had 1,214,000 US. All right. Make we continue. We only have 13 minutes or less. So we're talking about the gold spoons. Let me show you some gold spoons. Let me show you some gold spoons quickly. Let me show you some gold spoons. Hold on. Hold on. Let me show you the gold spoons. Feet 68. Hold on. Feet 68. All right. Is it this? Mm-mm. Well, that's Barita. Oh, all right. Here we go, people. Now we're going to show you now some more gold spoons. But they're in different accounts. Freedom. They're in different accounts in different banks. Let me show you now some more gold spoons. Let me show you. Me show you what? Me show you premium. Me show you Delido. Me show you Sunshine. Me show you Omega. Me show you Panadian. Then me show you a whole bunch of bank accounts. Now look at this. Look at this. See some more gold spoons, yeah? One, Barita. He had shares in Barita. Here's another one, Derrimon. That's two. Look at all of this. Caribbean, Carreras, Epley, Grace Kennedy, Guardian, Broilers, Producers, Seprod, Trans Jamaican. And then come over here, so now.
As in, you said Caribbean, as in the cement company.
Yeah, Caribbean Cement Company, right here. Right. These are all places where the Prime Minister have money, you know. Let me big it up so you can see. Sorry. These are all places where we have money, and Integrity Commission said, we want to find out more about these. There's a story about Barita I can tell you, but we just don't have the time for going into it and tell you what's going on with Barita and Derrimon. But he had shares in these companies. And look at all of these companies here. Look at all of these companies. No, Mr. Prime Minister, you talk about prosperity. Why is it you couldn't share your prosperity knowledge with the Jamaican people so that they too could prosper like you? Why? Why is it that we still have poverty in Jamaica when we see you prospering over here? Why is it that you couldn't share this information with them?
You know, the answer for that is simple, you know. It's because you have to put yourself in a position that you can stand so that you can give a next man a sturdy hand up. The man was securing his position so that he can reach down and give a sturdy hand. Not working for you?
No, it's not working for me, sir.
I tried.
And look, Don make a point. Don said, Andrew and his mother, are you watching this program, lady? This is what your son and your Delilah daughter-in-law do with taxpayers. Them and their cronies thief up the money and mash up Jamaica. Don, I want to tell you something, and I want to tell everybody about Andrew Holness, Prime Minister Andrew Holness and his mom. They have two accounts they had two accounts in Scotia Bank. The Prime Minister did not tell the Integrity Commission about these two accounts, right? And he claimed that he was just put on it for security interest, but he had no interest in it at all, nothing. The Integrity Commission referred him to be prosecuted for not revealing these accounts. The corruption prosecutor, who is now in the running to become the next DPP, decided that she wasn't going to prosecute him. Now, here's what's interesting. He did not report the account, Kevin. And guess what? When he said, I had no interest in it, and him kind of distanced himself, I don't know what was going on in the accounts. People, you know what happened? We saw substantial amounts of money going from the Prime Minister's account into these accounts, or at least one of them, and money is coming from those accounts into his personal account.
Yes.
And him say, I have no interest. I don't know what's going on. No, I don't know. And the prosecutor saw that just as I saw it. And she said, no, I'm not going to prosecute him for it. His sister, we're going to show you, next week we're going to show you with his sister where him say the property that he bought at Arcade, where's the property? The property at one of the properties, Norbrook. I think it's lot 15. One of them, the Integrity Commission found that ADMAT was involved in the purchase of the property. And when they asked him, how come he didn't tell us about this piece of property? You know what he said? He said, I don't own it. It's my sister owns it. And them said, but no, ADMAT is the legal owner and your sister is not in ADMAT. You and your two sons are in ADMAT. You're supposed to report this. And the Prime Minister insisted that his sister. No, you know what's going to happen? No. When the IRS get wind of this and they start asking his sister now, say, wait a minute, because I'm sure she didn't put this down on her taxes. I am absolutely sure because she's not the registered owner. She's not the legal owner. But the Prime Minister, she said she's the owner. So that's why he said, I didn't tell you, Integrity Commission, about this piece of property because this piece of property is owned by my sister. What a cruel man. No, his sister now in the spotlight. His sister is in the spotlight now. And then we don't know if his sister even reported to the IRS about her involvement with, I think it's Estate Bridge. Yeah, because he owns Imperium. His sister, I don't think she tell them about Estate Bridge. I don't think his sister tell him about a lot of things that's going on financially with the Prime Minister and her involvement. So his mother had an account with him where money was going back and forth, and him say, I don't know nothing about it. His sister was involved with him in business in Estate Bridge, and then he gave her up. He said, no, she owns the property. And I said, but no, you want him. He said, no, it's not me, it's my sister. So his sister now going to have to do some talking. So when you can see people, and we have so much more here. But you know, we talked about it today, and Kevin was laughing. Kevin and producer Junior were laughing at me because I said to them, I don't think we're gonna finish today, you know. And them say, here we go again. And I said, no, but it's good because what happened is that we can't finish this in a day. This took decades. This is over decades, you know. This is going back to 19.
Yeah, it took decades to build.
Yeah, go back to 1998. So what happened is that we can't just rush this through. You know, we have to take with time. Yeah, we have to take with time and go through it. And then the bus is not. We're not finished with the bus. We're still
driving that one. We're driving that one till the wheels fall off.
Yeah, but let me just say that they're trying not to give me the information until after the election. And again, people, while I would love to send you down the 110 buses, it would be hypocritical to say that the buses are a safety hazard. The buses, you know, with the driver being on the left side, and we're driving on the left, and with the doors on this side, and it should be on that side, and with the fumes, you know, and the pollution, and the possible impact on children, even on a Sunday excursion or whatever. What we need to do is tell Minister Vaz, no, take them bus the way off and turn them now in our clinics. Turn them in our clinics, turn them in our food trucks, turn them in a whole bunch of things. Or maybe try just put them out at the sea, like make them farm reefs. Put them out at the sea, make them farm reefs, or just make them just open them up like as a school. They're not driving, they're just there, them just combine them and them refurb and turn them into schools.
Like they do with containers.
Yeah, like containers, and turn them into community centers and provide, and then put up put up internet and put up GPS and put up this. We don't need GPS. Put up internet so that people can, take the kids them off the street. This is a way to reduce crime too. You put it out there and you set it up so that it's like an internet center. So children can come in and you can teach them. They can play games. You can teach them coding. You can teach them all kinds of things. That is what we need to do. Minister Vaz, you need to admit that this was an expensive proposition that has failed. And you also, Minister Vaz, you need to start setting up an account to pay back the money through the what do you call it again? Surcharge. To pay back surcharge. So what that means is now that the financial secretary must get involved and the auditor general must get involved. I tried to file a complaint last week or this week, and so some reason it didn't go through. I'm going to call the office next week, and we're going to file a complaint. And we need all of you to call. It can't be just me. All of us must call the auditor general and say, we need you to audit this thing.
Let me say this.
A computer lab.
Let me say this real quick. As we're talking about paying back, for those who, I got some messages, those who are trying to make donations, if you're in foreign countries and you can't Zelle, you can use credit cards to make donations on the one OJLDF website, the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation website. So do take that into consideration. Zelle is not the only way. You can pay through You can donate through your credit cards. So that's an option too. All right. Or if you can Zelle somebody that you know that can do it for you, you can send the money to somebody that you know that can Zelle it for you. That's an option too. All right. I got some bones.
Before your bones, Kevin, we're getting somewhere here. There's another next week show people on have to show up because for the unsolicited proposal, we have a section that we have to show you. And again, we're going to show you that El Hydro should not have received that contract. If for nothing else, when they talk about the emergency, there's no emergency. There's no emergency. They've been working on this thing since 2011. And how come all of a sudden it's an emergency just before the election? You're right. You're right. Hold on, Kevin. Don't leave it. Let me put on some tune. Oh, right. I forgot. All right. We didn't get a chance to play the music. No.
Say goodbye.
Get a chance to play the song. Listen, there will be no show tomorrow. The Sunday show, we cancel it. Wednesday show, we'll be back. And then we'll have the Saturday. We'll continue. We'll pick up where we left off. Thanks for joining us. It's been fun. It's been a pleasure. But we have to hold them accountable. Thanks again. Take care. Be well. Join me at 10 o'clock tonight. Join me at 10 o'clock tonight. 10 o'clock tonight, we're going to calm down because we're all hyped up right now. Because this kind of shenanigans, what they call it now in Jamaica, not boondoggle, them call it, there's a word that they use in Jamaica. Can't remember it right now. It's not shenanigans. Boondoggle. Oh, skullduggery. This kind of skullduggery, we're going to have to deal with it. So again, people, 10 o'clock tonight, 2 hours from now, join me. Take care. Be well.